Okay, well, welcome everybody to what is the fifth of the conferences that we've been running on economics of crime, which in principle alternate each year between Chicago and LSE. We had a bit of a bump to that in the COVID year, but apart from that, so we're not on odd and even numbers, which I was thinking we were number 6. And I was having a conversation with Jeff, we're number 6 or number 5? We're actually number 5 because we had a bump that changed the odd and even numbers. So anyway, so I hope everybody's ready to go. It looks like a very exciting conference we've got here. I'm afraid we have one thing that got cancelled. So I don't know whether anybody looked at the earlier versions of the conference schedule that was online. We were going to have a very senior civil servant coming and talk to us, Richard Price, about research on crime that's been going on in the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice in a lunch session. But we have a slight issue that a general election has been called, and so they have to go into a period of purdah and aren't allowed to come and talk. So I'm afraid we've lost that. Maybe we'll try and schedule that next year or something. If we can get a senior civil servant to come over to Chicago, maybe. We'll have to see. Jeff's quite keen on that if we can facilitate that kind of thing going on. But we'll have to see. So anyway, so unfortunately we've lost that. We were going to have a very interesting policy session, I think, at lunchtime, and people could hear a little bit about the way that crime research goes on and criminal justice issues are relevant to policy in Britain, where we have had reasonable amounts of good evidence-based policy on certain issues to do with crime and criminal justice over the years. And so unfortunately, as I say, that one's been cancelled. Anyway, so I think we should just get on with it now. Jeff is going to chair the first session. The structure of the talks is going to be 25 minutes presented, 10 minutes discussion, 15 minutes open questions, all the way through, I think. So as I say, welcome. I hope everybody enjoys the conference, and let's get going. So over to you, Jeff.
Okay, first up is Max. Max, how do I say your name? Kapustin. From Cornell on, we're building something here, reducing gun violence without exacerbating the harms of policing in Baltimore.
Great. Thank you guys so much for having me. This is joint work with a team at Penn. Let's just dive right in then. So a lot of cities in the US lately have been experiencing spikes in gun violence, ranging from Chicago to Washington to Philadelphia. And in response to these spikes in gun violence, what a lot of these cities have been looking into are we can think of as targeted approaches for reducing gun violence. So these are effort strategies that look at specific individuals who are at greatest likelihood being involved in shootings. Now, there's two, I think, reasons why this approach, this kind of targeted approach, has been really popular. The first is that gun violence is extremely concentrated, not just geographically within these cities, usually in a handful of neighborhoods, but also socially, usually among relatively small groups of individuals, often young men, many of whom are already well known to law enforcement, to social service organizations, and others working on reducing gun violence. The other reason here is that there's alternatives to targeted approaches, what we can think of as more broad-based efforts to reduce gun violence, ranging from things like reducing access to firearms or broad-based social poverty alleviation, or even things like mass policing, mass enforcement policing with lots of stop and frisks to try to take guns off the streets. Those kinds of policies are either considerably slower to act or implement and or costlier to the very same communities that are experiencing high rates of gun violence. Now, we have a lot of evidence at this point, or actually not a lot of evidence, a small but growing set of evidence on different kinds of targeted approaches. Some of them are what we can think of as social service-based, right? These are things that offer individuals jobs or cognitive behavioral therapy or other sort of interventions to try to reduce their likelihood of being involved in gun violence. And others are more exclusively law enforcement-based. So think of gang takedowns and things like that. What I'm going to talk about today is a policy that tries to combine these two things. And that is something that I'm sure many of you have heard before, which is focused deterrence. So focused deterrence, just in a nutshell, it covers a variety of different implementations, but what they sort of share in common is that it's a strategy that tries to change the behavior of people who are most likely to be involved in crime by, one, providing them some kind of social services meant to try to facilitate desistance, to try to get people to stop being engaged in criminal activity, and two, by credibly signaling that there's increased enforcement risk, right? So by communicating to individuals that there is a risk that if they continue to offend, continue to engage in violence, that there will be swift and severe sanctions to their continued involvement. And all of this sort of tied together with some degree of community involvement to try to lend that effort more legitimacy and also try to boost its deterrent impact. Now, this name focused deterrence is, I think, a bit of a misnomer. It's really more aspirational than anything. That is to say, the hope, I think, of people who engage, proponents of this policy, is that it would change behavior through deterrence. That would be sort of what they would prefer, right? That would be less costly. But in order to actually do that, we have to, as I mentioned, credibly signal increased enforcement risk. And to do that, we have to be able to actually arrest and incapacitate people if they continue to offend. And that is a considerably more costly way of trying to get people to change their behavior by just simply removing them from the environment. So the particular, I should say, this focus deterrence has been around for many, many years. It's been implemented in a lot of cities in the US and across the world. And we know a fair amount already at this point about focus deterrence, but the literature, the prior evidence on this is limited in a couple of very important ways. The first is that most of the previous studies, focus deterrence, are trying to estimate what I can think of as area level effects. So what is the effect on crime in a given neighborhood? My co-author, Anthony, and his colleagues have found 12 non-experimental studies of this. It's very hard to do an experimental study of focus deterrence, given that it's usually not randomly assigned to neighborhoods. Instead, it's implemented in the neighborhoods in cities where violence is already highest. And so finding good counterfactuals for those areas within those same cities or other cities is often quite challenging. So it's a difficult intervention to try to study. And there's also a lack of person level data in many of these studies. So it's hard to actually know the mechanisms through which focus deterrence is or isn't having an impact. There have actually been a handful of studies that try to estimate these person level effects. So look at specific individuals who are targeted by focus deterrence interventions. So in fact, there are 3 RCTs of this. But these experiments aren't really designed or powered to try to detect area level impacts. And the interventions here are really focused on specific individuals. And they don't really leverage the kind of group dynamics that is, kind of at the core of the focus deterrence model, right? That there might be groups involved in violence, and so thus we should target whole groups and not specific individual people. So what we're going to do in this study is look at one specific implementation of focus deterrence. It's Baltimore's Group Violence Reduction Strategy, or GVRS. This was implemented in the city's Western Police District. Now, the reason why I think this might be a particularly good setting to try to study this and make some headway on focus deterrence, there are a couple of reasons. One is that many of the shootings in Baltimore and in the Western District, and not just in Baltimore, are really thought to stem from interpersonal disputes between members involved in these groups. Baltimore is also a city that, as I'll show you in a moment, has very high rates of gun violence, and it's not just concentrated in one neighborhood, the Western District. There's actually other neighborhoods that provide a good counterfactual for the Western District. So we think it's actually a reasonably good setting to try to do this kind of area level analysis. And on top of that, we happen to have both detailed area and person level data with which to try to approach this, so we can try to get at some of these mechanisms and questions that I think have escaped prior efforts to try to study focus deterrence. So let me give you a little bit of just context setting about Baltimore for those not familiar. This is just a graph showing homicide rates per 100,000 in Baltimore versus the US for about a 3-decade period. So over most of this period, Baltimore's homicide rate was something in the neighborhood of about 40 per 100,000 relative to the US rate, which is something like 10 to 5 per 100,000. So substantially higher homicide rates. And then in 2015, you can see Baltimore's homicide rate really spiked dramatically, right? And stayed at a pretty elevated level. You can't see the spot by Zoom, but it stayed pretty high all throughout the rest of this period. And it's still, I think, in the mid 40s per 100,000 today. Now, as I mentioned, the intervention that we're studying is not just in all of Baltimore, it's in one specific district in Baltimore, the Western District. Baltimore has 9 total police districts. To give you some sense of what patterns look like in the Western District relative to Baltimore and a larger pool of cities, what we've done here, actually, you know what, I'm going to slide this over because yes, it's just about to. That'll be fine. So this is data that we've gathered from about 30 large US cities, homicide rates at the police district level. We just rank order them from lowest to highest. So this gives you a sense of the distribution of homicide rates across these police districts and other large US cities. These are the 9 police districts in Baltimore. So you can see that overall Baltimore is kind of on the right side of this distribution, right? We have a number of districts with fairly high homicide rates. And the Western District in particular is this last one over here. So it's only surpassed by a handful of districts, I think in St. Louis and New Orleans. And so it has among the highest homicide rates anywhere in the country. But you can see that there are some close neighbors in particular here within Baltimore that can again provide that sort of good counterfactual we're hoping to be able to estimate these area level effects. So let me tell you a little bit about the actual intervention itself, and then we'll get into the actual results. So what is the group violence reduction strategy? It sort of operates in kind of three stages. The first of which is identification. This is principally done by law enforcement, and it's looking at groups that are involved in gun violence. So what they do is on a weekly basis, they have these shooting reviews. They look at incidents of shootings that they think are group involved. So, not, for example, domestic incidents involving intimate partners, things like that, but instead kind of outdoor shootings often involving groups of individuals. And they identify the specific individuals who are involved in those. These could be victims, these could be suspected offenders, these could be associates of either of those two who might retaliate, for example. And then those subjects are then divided into two groups, right? They're either going to be referred for communication or they're going to be targeted for arrest. And I'll kind of go into detail on both of these. So for communication, oh yeah, sure.
So this was introduced because of that spike up, or this is programmed to be.
This has been I think part of the motivation was that spike in violence, but as I'll mention at the end, actually, Baltimore has tried this, in the past. It's tried in 2014, so they've tried it a couple of different times. Yeah, it's a persistent sort of interest of theirs. So this identification, as I mentioned, splits these two groups of individuals into two groups, referred for communication and targeted for arrest. Those who are referred for communication either receive sort of an in-person visit from a police officer and a group of other individuals, a community representative, a social service representative, et cetera, called a custom notification, or they're called in as a group into a call-in. And the message that they get is this mixture of both expressing concern for their welfare, emphasizing the deterrence message of focused deterrence. So, you're sort of on our radar. If you continue to engage in violence, there will be swift and severe punishment. There's an offer of social services and a message of general community support for this effort. And the services that are being offered here, and I'll have a little bit less to say on this for this talk than I hopefully will later, are a mix of counseling, education, employment, et cetera. So there's two social service agencies in Baltimore that they're connected to, and that offer them services if they wish to take them up. For those individuals who are actually suspected of engaging already in gun violence, they're targeted for enforcement. And this could be either targeted at a specific individual or at a group that's involved in gun violence, and that's part of a group takedown. So coordinated prosecution and arrest of group members. So this, just to summarize kind of this activity over the period that we're talking about, we're looking at an 18-month period starting in January of 2022 when this rolled out. You can see there are about 270 individuals who were identified as part of this intervention. Most of them were communication referrals, about 200, and the remainder were targeted for arrest. And if you look at just for these two columns here, the communication and arrest columns, you can see that, of those who were targeted for communication, not surprisingly, the vast majority did receive some degree of communication, either that was, at their home, on the street, or part of a group call-in. And then you can see that of those targeted for arrest, of the 75, about 25 received this direct communication. So fewer of them were actually receiving this messaging. They were more targeted for enforcement activity. And then it kind of flips when you look at the subjects that were actually arrested due to enforcement, right? Of the 200 or so that were targeted for communication, about 30 were actually arrested during this period. Whereas the vast majority of those targeted for arrest were in fact arrested by Baltimore Police Department. And then you can see down here that the service receipt also is pretty lopsided, right? Most of the service receipt that we have records for are for people who were referred for communication. Those who were targeted for arrest did not receive services nearly as often. And again, we're still working on sort of understanding this data, so I have less to say about the service receipt at the moment. So let me just talk a little bit about how we're going to actually approach, studying this. So there's two approaches we're going to take here. The first is we can think of as an area level analysis, right? So we want to estimate the effects of GVRS on crime and enforcement activity in the Western District, as well as those same things in areas likeliest to experience spillover effects, right? Baltimore is not a particularly large city. Western District is not a particularly large place. We might be worried that perhaps some effort to try to reduce gun violence in the Western District could have spillover effects, positive or negative, to neighboring places. So well, I have a little bit less to say about that just because of time, but that's what we're focusing on in the paper. And the second approach here is what we think of as a person level analysis. And this is really meant to try to understand these GVRS mechanisms. How is GVRS having an impact and on whom? So we're leveraging that individual level data that I mentioned on arrest and victimizations to look at the experiences of both GVRS subjects as well as controls, match controls, look at the direct effects of GVRS. So if you were targeted by the intervention, what was the impact on you compared to people who look like you maybe elsewhere in the city? And then also on people who might be proximate to you in various ways. And again, cut for time for this presentation, but more in the paper. So just to show you how we're going to approach this area level estimation. So GVRS was rolled out, as I mentioned, in January of 2022 in the Western District here. A year later, it was expanded to the Southwestern District. I think right now it's sort of being talked about being expanded to even further districts in the city. We're going to use this staggered rollout to try to do this estimation. And we're going to leverage the fact that we have data at the district beat level, so smaller than this district, these kind of divided into smaller beats. We have data on reported crimes and arrests, as well as on things like shot spotter alerts, calls for service, et cetera. And the strategy here is really to try to use these police beats outside of the Western District, so these counterfactual areas, and the Southwestern District, excuse me, so both places that received this intervention, and try to estimate try to estimate what would have happened in the Western District had GVRS not rolled out there. And for robustness, we're going to exclude any beats likely to experience spillover, so no neighbors, nothing in the Central District, which is an area that is tied through a lot of gang activity to the Western District. And we're going to consider 3 different panel data estimators. And I'm going to just show you results from one of them, but I just want to mention all 3 here just in case you're curious and to know how different our results might be across them. We're going to start with just basic diff and diff. We're also going to try synthetic controls, just to try to weight other areas in Baltimore that look most similar to the Western District. And then lastly, we're going to try this newer estimator, synthetic diff and diff, which combines elements of both diff and diff and synthetic controls. And I'll actually just walk you through an image of all 3 of these just so you can see what they're doing. And the results I'll show you will mostly focus on this last one here. So this is a picture showing you rates of shooting and homicide victims per 100,000 in the Western District. That's the black line here for several years. This is where GVRS rolls out. And so this blue line down here is what the diff and diff is trying to do. So in other words, it's just taking an unweighted average of all other areas in Baltimore and their homicide and shooting rates, and then estimating a treatment effect as the difference between pre and post for the Western District compared to this counterfactual. And that estimate is about a reduction of close to 40 shooting and homicide victims per 100,000, or about a 30% reduction relative to what would have happened in the Western District otherwise. If we had instead used synthetic controls to do this, you can see synthetic controls is trying to match both the trends and the levels in the Western District. It does a reasonably okay job. Thankfully for us, the point estimates here are very, very similar. It's about the same size reduction with about the same precision using synthetic controls. And then if we look at synthetic diff and diff, it looks a lot like the diff and diff picture I just showed you a moment ago. It's trying to match not the levels, but the trends in the Western District. So these weights here are chosen specifically to match the trends. And it also includes these time weights that try to pick time periods in the pre-treatment period. So in this left-hand side of the panel, that most resemble the time periods in the post-treatment period for the control group. Again, all 3 of these estimators give you very, very similar results. And that's going to hold for all the sort of main results that I'll show you in a moment. But for now, just focusing on this number here, this reduction of 39, or about 30% drop. That's the same estimate that I'm going to report over here, along with a confidence interval in percentage terms. And I'm going to show you what these estimates look like, not just for the full 18-month period, but also for shorter time periods, just to see, was this impact immediate? Did it take some time to grow? And you can see that actually pretty much in the first 6 months, we saw that same size reduction, right? And it persisted into the next 12 months, into the next 6 months, and the next 6 months after that. So fairly consistently after it was rolled out, we see these pretty large drops in shooting and homicides. So that's the impact on homicide and shooting victims. What about other kinds of offenses? So now I'm showing the aggravated assaults, robberies, and carjackings. We can see that for aggravated assaults, there's really no detectable effect of GVRS. The confidence intervals here are reasonably wide, so we can't rule out that there was an effect, but we can't detect one for sure. With robberies, we can see a reduction, pretty sizable reduction in the sort of near term, the first 6 months, but some suggestive evidence that over time that reduction begins to attenuate. And then for carjackings, we actually see pretty consistent reductions of about 40 to 50% immediately after GVRS was introduced, all the way out to 18 months. And interestingly, both of these, carjackings and shootings and homicides, these are the 2 offenses sort of are most commonly committed with a gun. right? So to the extent that this is really focused on gun violence reduction, these are the two that we would have expected to see change. So this is what we're seeing on the crime side. What about on the enforcement side? How did this happen? Was this done through sort of an indiscriminate campaign of policing activity involving massive arrests, or was it actually more targeted as the name would suggest? So I'm going to show you the same sort of setup as before, but now the outcomes that I'm showing you are total arrests over here on the left. Part one are simple assault arrests in the next column. These are arrests that we think of as being somewhat less discretionary. And these last two columns, drug possession and disorderly conduct, these are going to be categories of arrests that we think of as being more discretionary, right? So if there was really an effort to try to ramp up discretionary enforcement, we would expect to see positive increases in these two categories of arrests.
So
Oh, yeah.
those are the kinds of arrests that are specifically used as punishment in this focused deterrence policy. Like, we will arrest you for drug possession if you're violent as a punishment.
It's not that these specific kinds of arrests are structurally built into the intervention as the way in which it will be enforced, but one could imagine that the one way in which the Baltimore Police Department might operationalize this is to try to blanket an area, for example, or a group of individuals with low-level arrest, because those are the things that they can use their discretion to most likely to do, right? It's a bit harder to arrest somebody for a part one offense if there's absolutely no evidence to do that. I'm sure it does happen, but these are the things that they're sort of easiest to implement if they wish to, right? If they wish to really go into these neighborhoods and arrest people for disorderly conduct, that is something that is well within their discretion to do, right?
It's not part of that communication.
No, it's not part of the communication. That's right. So what we're seeing here is pretty much a perfect zero on total arrests, right? We're not seeing an increase in overall arrest activity. We're not seeing much of a change in part one or simple assault arrests either. These are very, very close to zero. I mean, again, the confidence intervals have a bit of give to them, but overall very close to zero. For drug possession and disorderly conduct, also close to zero. These are much wider confidence intervals, in part because the baseline level of these arrests is close to zero already. And that's a post-COVID sort of phenomenon, right? A lot of this kind of enforcement activity was driven close to zero since COVID and hasn't really jumped up since then. So just to sort of summarize and move on to the thing I most want to share here, we're not seeing any detectable effects on willingness to call the police. We're not seeing any effects on areas likely to experience spillovers, nor are we seeing, we're seeing pretty similar estimates using different estimators and donor pools. So overall, these results, the area level results, are pretty stable at this point. We don't sort of foresee them changing. Now I want to talk about the person level analysis, because this is really where a lot of the work for us lies ahead, which is what is the mechanism through which GVRS worked in on-COVID. There's two principal kind of channels here. The first is that, in fact, as the focus deterrence name suggests, the individuals who are targeted by this are deterring from criminal activity, either through the message of greater enforcement risk or through rehabilitation from social services or some combination of the two. Or it's incapacitation, right? That they're actually targeting these individuals, arresting them, and in doing so, removing both potential offenders and victims off the street so they can no longer be involved in gun violence. What I'll focus on today is estimating effects on the people directly treated, so the GVRS subjects themselves. So I want to just quickly, actually in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this for a moment and just tell you a little bit about what we're actually going to do in this analysis. So we're going to take the GVRS subjects who were identified in 2022, and we're going to match them to untreated controls, people who are elsewhere in Baltimore, not in the Western District, who are not directly affected or indirectly affected by GVRS. We're going to estimate a propensity score for every individual using demographics and arrest and victimization histories. And then for every one of those GVRS subjects, we're going to match them to some number of similar controls using those propensity scores. And then we're going to estimate event studies of this form, where we're going to just compare the difference in outcomes between a GVRS subject and up to n different matched comparisons for them. And we're going to look at those outcomes in the quarters leading up to the time a person was identified for GVRS, as well as the few quarters after they were identified, just to see if there's an impact. And I'm going to start by just focusing on any arrest as the outcome here. So if you look at this panel on the left, right, in the period leading up to a person being referred for communication, the point estimates are a bit noisy, so we can't say too much here about what's happening in this pre-period. We can't really reject that there is a violation of parallel trends, but we're not seeing any just here. But what I want you to notice is that if this was really a story of deterrence, right, or rehabilitation, what we would expect to see in this figure on the left are negative point estimates for this period after a person was identified, right? After they get the message of deterrence, we'd expect to see them being less likely to be arrested. Now, there is one countervailing effect here that I'll note, which is that these individuals are being told that they're under increased scrutiny. So you might imagine that they're actually being surveilled at higher rates and thus would be more likely to be arrested. In practice, from conversations with folks who were around for the implementation of this, it doesn't look like Baltimore PD actually had the resources to watch these individuals in any meaningful way. So what we're seeing here is no real clear evidence that the deterrence sort of channel is happening. Meanwhile, on the arrest side, we can very clearly see a mechanical, huge increase in arrests, right? So in other words, if you were targeted for arrest, you were in fact arrested. But I'll note that the point estimate 1 quarter later is close to 0. So if these individuals are being arrested and incapacitated for some significant length of time, we would have expected this last point estimate to be something negative, and it wasn't. Right, which suggests to us, and this is also backed up by anecdotal evidence, that what these individuals were being arrested for were relatively minor offenses, and they were not held for very long in the process. So to the extent that there was an incapacitation effect, it was likely to be very brief. That doesn't mean that it's not significant or important. It just means that these weren't, you shouldn't think of this as people being arrested and then locked up for, years on end, right? That's not the story that we're seeing here. We can also look at it, actually in the interest of time, I'm gonna skip this. We just looked at victimization as well, shooting and homicide victimization, just to see whether or not for a different outcome we had, any clear evidence of either the deterrence or incapacitation effect. We don't really see much here, but it's a much more rare outcome, so we don't put a lot of stock in this just yet. So I just want to summarize in the minute left, kind of what we've learned so far, right? We can see that GVRS seems to reduce serious violence in the Western District pretty substantially, right? Homicide and shooting victims by 30%, carjackings by 40%. These estimates, like I said, are very robust to a lot of estimation choices, and there's no real evidence of any spillover effects into other areas. How these reductions were achieved is kind of a little bit of a mystery still to us, right? It doesn't seem to be happening through the expansion of a lot of untargeted low-level arrests. We see no clear evidence of deterrence effects for communication referrals. There's a possible incapacitation effect, but if so, it's likely to be fairly brief for these arrest targets. So there's a potential here for these area level reductions in serious violence without mass policing. That's sort of the title of the paper. And if we look at the estimated sort of costs of actually doing this in the Western District, they're pretty modest, right? There's something on the order of about $5 million in the first year, maybe about $4 million in annual ongoing costs. So if this effect on homicides and shootings can be sustained, it's very likely this is going to pay for itself. I think the big question for us and for policymakers considering this kind of strategy going forward is really trying to understand the mechanisms behind these effects, right? And not only is that important for questions about how to design these interventions. Do you really need a lot of social services, or is this just really an incapacitation story? But also for scalability, right? We can imagine that one of the things that could really become difficult as you try to scale an intervention like this is finding sufficient high quality social services to deliver. That's often a real pain point for a lot of cities looking at efforts like this. And also to help bolster our confidence in the non-experimental area level results that I showed you, right? Does this actually, do those area level results map onto a story that makes sense at a person level? Are we actually seeing, the kind of mechanisms through which this could plausibly work actually bear out in the person level data? And that I think is still a little bit of an open question for us. And so we've got a lot more work to do in this area, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Hey, our discussant is Kevin Schnepel.
Okay, thanks for inviting me to discuss this paper. It's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to read these papers that are much more important than anything I'm working on and probably ever will be. But this is a really important paper, and it's Max emailed it to me and he said it hasn't been circulated and results are announced. So I feel like I had this special secret for like a week. So, but now you all know the results of this intervention. And so I'll keep my comments and suggestions fairly brief because I think Max would also benefit from a lot of your questions and insights into this. Just to give you a brief summary of what this intervention is. There's these weekly shooting reviews that the Baltimore Police Department has with other law enforcement agencies where they're identifying individuals who are at risk of either committing or being victims of gun violence. And there's these two arms. This is the, I guess, the communication channel where they're going to people that are, I think, mostly, I guess, at risk for gun violence, and yeah, team of detective and outreach worker, community member, to tell or communicate with this individual that they're at risk of being involved in a shooting, and that there is going to be some increased scrutiny, along with connecting with a lot of these services, so life coaching, housing assistance, transitional employment. And I think it'll be really interesting once you start digging more into those services. And then there's kind of an enforcement arm, or these arrest targets, where they are targeting individuals for arrest. And in the paper, they describe also kind of this increased police presence in certain housing developments. I'm going to come back to those with a high concentration of these targets. And also increased effort to work with prosecutors to build kind of stronger cases against these perpetrators of the gun violence. One really interesting thing that I learned reading the paper was this happened 10 years ago in Baltimore, this GVRS program. So there was a precursor, and I think it's described as, you know, a pilot project. And in the paper, they note promising initial reductions. I don't know what those in homicides or what type of outcome was being referred to there, but the program was discontinued for a lot of reasons. And then there was also the Freddie Gray killing that kind of caused social unrest in this area of Baltimore in 2015. But I think it'd be really interesting to kind of tell us more about what happened back then. What do we know about it? With your data, I know there are some concerns about underreporting prior to 2015 that you note, but can you actually go back and compare, you know, were these initial reductions from this first rollout of this program similar to kind of what you're seeing? Did the program change in a lot of ways? Were they learning from kind of failures in the prior rollout? Would be super interesting, I think, to add to the paper if possible. Just to give you a sense of the key findings, of course, are on the homicide and shooting victims. This is the area level results, 30% reductions in homicide shooting victim outcome, persistent reductions in carjacking, the short-term reduction in robberies, and then no detectable impact on the aggravated assaults, and not much evidence of spatial spillovers to neighboring areas. At the individual level, this on the left is going to be outreach or communication channel or treated group. And Max noted that there's no increase in statistically significant increase in arrests, but there is a change in kind of the probability of getting caught conditional on committing a crime, potentially due to the increased scrutiny. And then the kind of the key result at the individual level is this increase in arrests for those individuals who are part of that kind of arrest targeted group. And then one thing that Max probably didn't have time to talk about, and one thing I think they're working a lot more on, and I'm going to have some comments on this, is these peer effects or social spillovers. And so with that, you know, one area I think this is super important to push on, because kind of the idea of these interventions is that it's going to have these spillovers to people that are connected with these subjects, or the hope, I guess, that there are these spillovers. And so the peer groups they're evaluating right now they're looking at individuals who in the past, prior to the implementation of this intervention, were arrested with one of these GVRS subjects. And then there are also kind of a broader peer group would be individuals who were arrested in the Western District of Baltimore prior to the rollout of this intervention. And with these two groups of peers or potential peers, they're not finding much evidence for any sort of peer effects or social spillovers of this treatment. I think there's a lot of ways, and you're already thinking about a lot of these ways to redefine or look at other types of peers, you know, whether similar age, similar gang, if there's that type of information. I'm going to come back to this building housing development, but that seems like a really important part of it. That was actually part of the kind of the enforcement targeting, whether individuals are in the same household. So these social spillovers, I think I would love to see a lot more evidence as to whether anything's happening with those. And then in terms of the mechanisms, a few quotes from the paper. One is that this deterrence effect isn't, they're not finding much strong evidence for this kind of specific deterrence effect. There is potential a lot of these benefits may be due to this short-term incapacitation is something that's discussed in the paper. I just wanted more for you to go further, I guess, into that incapacitation channel. Do you have dates of entry and exit from jails and prisons? What's happening to the probability of arrest when these GVRS subjects are being released, the ones that are being arrested? And then this part about the Baltimore Police Department working with prosecutors and other agencies to investigate, develop criminal cases against those continuing to engage in violence. This really suggests that there's going to be a stronger incapacitation effect, right? Did this work? Did it result in longer sentences? I'd love to know more about that. And then finally, one area that I think was kind of in the back of my mind after reading some of the description of this intervention, especially this increased police presence in housing developments with a high concentration of these targets. And they specifically mentioned one housing development that was kind of the first group that was targeted. And it was a pretty big group at the Poe housing development. And there was an indictment of 11 targeted individuals on a variety of charges. And so I really wanted to know whether this Poe takedown, how much did that contribute to these overall results? And given kind of the immediate drop you see in those first 6 months, and this being kind of the biggest push initially, I just wanted to learn more about that. What other housing developments received an increase in police presence? Is the information on police presence or movements available where the cops are, where they were going? I know there's some papers using cell phone data and kind of this mobility data to track either officers or even people in the community would be if mobility is changing in these areas. And so I guess from this potential targeting of specific housing developments that, speaks to these peer effects and looking at people in those housing developments. But, is there an element or a mechanism here kind of akin to this hotspot or targeted policing? And I know you don't find much in terms of arrests, but a lot of those lower level arrests aren't being really enforced anyway. So that is all I have to say. So I'm going to stop and leave it for questions. Thank you.
Max, you want to take a minute to respond?
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Kevin, for the comments. When I meet with my co-authors on Zoom, there's a strange phone number that joins sometimes. Now I know who that was because you seem to be shockingly prescient in a lot of your comments. These are exactly the kind of things that we're actively looking into. You mentioned, for example, to try to nail down the incapacitation effect, getting entry and exit data for jails and prisons. Helpfully for us, the jail in Baltimore is actually run by the state along with the state prison system. So we actually had a call Monday or Tuesday of this week with that state agency to try to start to get those data. So we're working along very much the same lines. One of the things that in the course of this in the implementation run up to this GVRS, they did a lot of these kind of exercises where they try to identify individuals who were involved, kind of do like a dry run basically without any actual intervention following it, but just identifying people. We've been trying to get records from those exercises, try to identify other group members who might be involved, those who wouldn't be able to pick up necessarily through co-arrests or other kind of records that might only be information that's accessible to detectives and others. So thank you for the feedback. Definitely all areas that we're actively exploring. So I'm happy to take questions.
Questions? You want to just
Yeah, sure.
Hi, thank you for the nice presentation. I have a question about the cost benefit discussion that you made. Your results seem to be driven by incapacitation effects, right? But the intervention is so broad in scope because it's social component, health, employment, social services. It looks like they had in mind that they would generate a lot of deterrence effect, right? So if the results is really coming from arrest and incapacitation, it may be this whole focus on social integration of communities didn't really work. Is that a fair interpretation of this program?
I think it is fair to say that the hope for not just this particular implementation focused deterrence, but that strategy more broadly in other cities is that the impact that it's having would come largely through deterrence and thus wouldn't, exacerbate concerns about, increased reliance on enforcement and incapacitation and so forth. I think the evidence that we're seeing here is that, at least in this case, again, I can't speak for other implementations of focused deterrence elsewhere. In this case, we don't see very clear evidence of that deterrence effect. We are seeing some, again, possibly brief, but nevertheless, non-zero incapacitation effects. And I think that's why I mentioned at the beginning that it's important to, to understand these mechanisms, both for thinking about how to scale these strategies, but also thinking about how to get a more precise estimate of their costs. The $4 million, $5 million number that I showed you at the end there for the cost of the intervention, the bulk of that, I think something like 80% of that is the cost of the social services themselves that they're being offered and taken up by some individuals. So that's really what's driving this. So if those aren't actually the things that are creating the reduction in homicides and shootings, right, that sort of should change how we think about how we might want to expand this, if we want to expand this in the future, and the right mix of kind of social service provision versus enforcement activity and so forth.
Yes, well, I was wondering if you have any information on what people were arrested for. So going back to the incapacitation question, I could imagine that the Baltimore police are basically acting up, they're doing their job at full capacity all the time. And the program could act as sort of a reduction in the time or search costs for the police. So you see then this jump in arrests for especially bad crimes. But afterwards, they go back to sort of working at full capacity, but then they can target maybe less important crimes afterwards. So you're not going to see sort of a change afterward, like a drop down in terms of what you said, but you're going to see a change in terms of what arrests they're going to be making, which might still be very positive and kind of a second layer of positive effect on the program. Besides the incapacitation, it's starting to address other problems.
Sure. So I think there's kind of two parts to what you said there, and I just want to take them both in turn. One is, what are they actually being arrested for, the ones who are targeted for GBRS? And it's a mix, right? In some cases, they are being arrested for very serious violent crimes. In other cases, they're being arrested for drug possession charges, perhaps in the hope of leveraging that arrest into something more serious as the investigation progresses, although whether or not that actually happens in practice is a little bit of a fuzzy story. But in terms of what that strategy might mean for enforcement writ large, more broadly in the Western District or the rest of Baltimore, we're not seeing any evidence that, by focusing, let's say, on the subset of individuals and targeting them for some kind of enforcement activity, that we're not seeing, an increase or decrease, respectively, in more broad-based kinds of enforcement. We're not seeing any real change. Again, there's confidence intervals there. They're not trivial, so I don't want to be too definitive here. But we're not seeing any clear evidence of a change in either direction on these more discretionary, low-level kinds of arrests, or really any other kind of arrests that we've looked at.
So this thing about being targeted for arrest, is this sort of because the police know? But isn't that sort of almost even a fixed opinion? They knew they'd get targeted for arrest even a year before. And so it's not really, for some of them, it's not that much of an information signal. And so therefore they get arrested, but they're going to be arrested anyway. The prolific offenders, or whatever you want to think of them as, the usual suspects, they're the ones that the police are going to go and arrest anyway. So isn't it a bit hard to separate that out of
Yes.
what the actual information content in the
No,
being arrested?
I think that's a good point. One of the questions that I had so I should preface by saying myself and of the list of authors on this project, myself and Aaron were kind of brought in afterwards to try to do the evaluation. I wasn't involved in the implementation of it. So I often have a lot of these same questions to my co-authors when we're working on this. And one of the questions I asked was, when we say targeted for arrest, if somebody was suspected of having carried out a shooting or homicide, you'd think you wouldn't really need this intervention to really prompt their arrest. That should be sort of something that BPD would just do as a matter of course. What I think is happening with, say, targeted for arrest is there are individuals who they may have, the law enforcement may have some information that they're involved in criminal activity, maybe not enough to sort of arrest them for, on the full charges that they think that they're actually guilty of, but they will maybe move up arrests that would have happened later, perhaps, right? These are individuals, like you said, they're on the radar of law enforcement already, they're known to the police. They often have, extensive arrest histories even before this point. But it's a question of, if we think that they or maybe members of their group are involved in criminal activity, can we go in and try to arrest them sooner as a signal that we are watching them closely? That I think is the sort of logic behind the sort of arrest targeting. So it's not so much that, if somebody commits a shooting, now we're going to arrest them, and absent GVRS, we would have just let them go. I think that would have probably happened anyway. It's really more about, I think, setting the bar a bit lower, perhaps, as a threshold, and also trying to condition the decision on the activities of other people that they're associated with.
Yeah, so they're more marginal. So
Yes.
they're kind of the ones you're interested in, the more marginal ones.
Yeah.
I guess. Right?
I think so, yeah, because they're the ones who are really going to be, if you think about turning on or off GVRS, they're the ones whose arrests are really implicated in this decision.
Not to like belabor this whole question of arrests too much, but is it possible that the spike that you see is not a full 100%? One estimate. Is it possible that the people that are getting arrested in period 1 have a reduction in period 2, but then you just see the people who are targeted and then get arrested in period 2 instead?
So an offsetting effect, you mean?
Exactly, that would average out to Europe. Maybe not, but if you only have 70 individuals, you can probably track arrest dates.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
Although you are getting court cases soon.
Hopefully, I would.
So part of this reminds me of this gang injunction paper that I wrote a number of years ago. And the treatment there was this pretty vague thing that the gangs, it was a civil process instead of a criminal or sort of quasi-criminal process. And basically the gang members were served with papers, the suit, and it contained a whole bunch of information that the cops had on the gang members that didn't rise to the level so that they could arrest them for, but made evident that the cops had a lot more information on the gang members than the gang members might have thought. And so I wonder if, lacking any other explanation for the effect of these injunctions, that's sort of what I attribute it to. But I wonder if, so how explicit was the information that was conveyed to individual gang members about cops' knowledge of their misdeeds? I wonder if there's if there's some way to sort of leverage that, because the idea that, it seemed to basically sort of making these guys aware of the information that the cops had explicitly about individuals might have had the effect that a much smaller effect that I found was going on here.
Yeah, it's a great question. So let me answer a slightly different question than the one you asked, which is, so I don't know exactly what information was conveyed to them. I wasn't in the room for any of these, call-ins or custom notifications. What I will say is, having talked to my co-author, particularly Brian Wade, who spent a lot of time sort of observing this, I'd be surprised if BPD sort of tipped their hand and revealed a lot of information about what they know that wasn't already public to these individuals. However, one question I had for Brian that sort of bears on what you asked is, to what extent were they, did they really internalize this kind of deterrence message? In other words, if the police say to you, we're watching you closely, we know you're involved in gun violence, if you or your friends slip up again, we're gonna come down on you. Does that sound credible, or are they thinking, well, we're already under a lot of surveillance as it is, it doesn't really make a difference in our lives? And according to him, from him being there, he thought that the deterrence message was landing very credibly, which I was a little surprised by, because when I asked him afterwards, well, is there actually greater surveillance, let's say, of these individuals, as one particular way in which that deterrence mechanism might function? He said no, right? BPD just does not have the manpower to watch these individuals on any regular basis. So the next time they're arrested, they're going to be arrested and handled maybe in a slightly more aggressive way, perhaps, than if had they not been GVRS subjects. But it's really not clear how much that actually affects how their cases will proceed. But whatever they were telling them in those meetings, whatever message of deterrence they were conveying, based on the responses that he was seeing from the actual individuals who were the targets of those things, they seemed to think that it was credible. So for what it's worth, that seems to be at least true in the anecdotal sense.
It'd be interesting to know if that was because of individualized information.
Yeah, I'll definitely follow up and ask. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah.
Is there any consideration of the effectiveness of that weekly meeting as almost like a pace setter of refocusing people's attention on what we're doing on a weekly basis, rather than letting that momentum shift or letting that, the direction change over time?
Yeah, so we've thought about this as well, and whether or not this is, independent of whatever effect it's having on these individual subjects who are being targeted as a result of weekly meetings. Do the weekly meetings themselves sort of, improve the operational effectiveness, if you want to call it that, of BPD or the law enforcement? It's possible. We look for spillovers into other kinds of activities, like clearance rates, for example. We see some slight evidence of that. I didn't have that in this presentation, but we're still digging into it. There might be some positive spillovers there, which you could easily imagine. If they're sharing a bunch of intelligence about recent shootings, out of that could come some leads that might lead to some arrests that would not have otherwise happened. So that is possible, but something we're looking into still. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we have time for one minute. That was not meant to deter them.
Very credible returns message.
You can jump in, be the last word. Absent anyone willing to take that offer, I guess we will move on. Thank you very much. Okay, so next up is Santiago Tobón talking about civilian alternatives to policing, evidence for Medellin's community problem-solving intervention, Operacion Convivencia.
All right, thanks so much for having me here. I'm very happy to be here. This is joint work with Chris Bladman from the University of Chicago, Ben Lessing, who's here, also from Chicago, and Gustavo Lincoln from Universidad. So the question we ask with this study is like, what can cities do to prevent crime and violence in neighborhoods that are occupied and have like entrenched gangs and crime? The typical reaction is policing, right? And we have evidence that policing can reduce serious crimes. But also we know that hyper-police communities can have like high costs. It can undermine state legitimacy and the effectiveness of police themselves. So in response, many governments, and especially in Latin America, are looking for policing alternatives and supplements. And this is important in Latin America because many cities there are occupied by urban armed gangs that compete with the state for legitimacy and service provision. So there's growing but still limited evidence on policing alternatives and supplements. We know of reactive approaches such as non-police responses to mental health or addiction and homelessness. We also know some about community-wide like violence interventions such as cure violence and other programs that have been implemented in the US and elsewhere. There's more evidence on preventative approaches such as broad-based adjustment or economic support programs, CBT interventions, or for instance, informal and improving formal and informal dispute resolution capacity. But there's fewer evidence on community level civilian-led security interventions. So we evaluate a common approach in Latin America that's known as convivencia. The exact translation is coexistence, but that's not really what it represents. I would say that convivencia is a broader concept for how we implement it in Latin America. This is a preventative community-level approach. It's led by the state. So typically there's like street-level bureaucrats who address community problems, manage local disputes and disorder and so on. But it also emphasizes building community capacity. So the idea is to strengthen local organizations to improve themselves, reshape norms and so on. This is partly designed to prevent disorder directly, but it also could increase order indirectly by enhancing state legitimacy. So the summary of what we find, so we run an RCT with 80 communities. Intensifying state attention with this convivencia approach, we find that has no adverse treatment effect, to our surprise. But then we thankfully anticipated that impacts could diverge by initial levels of state capacity. And what we see is that where the state began weak, the task force and city agencies of the intervention worked sporadically, and in those places, opinions of the state were unchanged or actually worsened. And in those places where the state began stronger, the liaison, the task force, and all the components of the intervention, I'll come to that in a minute, delivered, and then state legitimacy improved, and we see signals that crime and emergency calls fell, which is consistent broadly with the idea of maybe increasing returns to investment in state capacity. A bit of the context, we run the study in Medellin. Medellin is Colombia's second largest city. It has in the metropolitan area roughly 4 million people. It's relatively, has a relatively high capacity. It has a sophisticated bureaucracy, a lot of tax revenues, provides a lot of services. Most of you have heard probably of Medellin in the 90s. We had a homicide rate of 400. Now it's roughly 11 to 12. It's understood sort of as an economic and social miracle. At the same time, there's a lot of street gangs that sell drugs. These gangs are called combos. We're conducting a census of these gangs. We've identified 250 within Medellin and 50 more in the wider metropolitan area. Most of these combos have existed for decades, even from before Escobar times in the late 80s. And they provide local governance services. They provide dispute resolution. They enforce property rights while they're selling drugs and extorting and conducting other illegal activities. And some of these combos, we all typically think of these combos like the gang on the left. That's a picture from a BBC documentary. We think of this stereotype of very young, very violent people, but most of the combos are more like this group. They built this craft of this house where using money from participatory budget. They also received a grant from USAID through an NGO that they have to build a community pool where they provide also services. And they try to build legitimacy within communities. And this is mostly not altruistic. This is mostly to protect themselves and protect their progress, right? So if in a community they have a high degree of legitimacy, then people will protect them. There wouldn't be like disorder and they could sell drugs easily. Customers would be happy to be around. This is a survey that we ran in 2019 to measure both state and combo legitimacy. So these are indices that go from 0 to 1 in column 1 for the state, in column 3 for the gang. And we ask people like how much do you trust the state or how much do you trust the combo? How fair is the state in solving problems? How fair is the combo? And so on and so forth. And so we have these 5 different measures of like indirectly trying to get some degree of legitimacy. And in the first row, we average that. So we built So we built an average of these different situations. This is a state legitimacy index that goes from 0 to 1. We do the same with the gang as a combo legitimacy index that goes from 0 to 1. And then we build like the difference between these two, which is a relative state legitimacy index that goes from -1 to 1. And this is the average for roughly 240 neighborhoods across the city. We see slightly positive, meaning the state has relatively a higher degree of legitimacy by a small amount relative to the combo. These are the indices for our experimental control group because this was part of the endline survey where we see that roughly it looks similar to the rest of the city. Then we do the same to measure state and combo security and governance service provision. So we ask people, households and businesses, for instance, if someone is making noise, how frequently do you call the state? Or how frequently do you call the gang? And we do this thing for households and businesses, I think 17 different situations. We also build an index of state governance, build an index of combo governance, and build an index of the difference that goes from -1 to 1. Again, this is slightly positive, 0.07, meaning there's a bit of more importance by the government to provide these services relative to the gangs. But we also see that there's some situations, for instance, collecting debts or preventing thefts, where on average for these 240 neighborhoods, the relative index is negative, meaning the combo is more important than the state in providing services. Now, if we focus on this, there's a lot of variation. So on like this index of state governance, there's a lot of variation across the city. So in some places, there's more state penetration and provision of the services. In some other neighborhoods, there's fewer, right? And if we look at the state governance, like relative governance index, we can see that in roughly 1/3 of the neighborhoods, those in red, the gang is the dominant provider of services rather than the state. So what do we do? So we were just doing like field work in Medellin, and we found an intervention that was being implemented in one small neighborhood where there had been 2 massive forced displacement processes by gangs. So the state sent a team of roughly 9 people to just provide a lot of services there and try to compete with the gangs in providing services, earning legitimacy, and governing them. And then we went to the Secretary of Security, told him, why don't you think of evaluating something like this at scale? And they decided they were going to scale this up to 40 neighborhoods. And we conducted a randomized control trial with that. So we identified with the city 80 small neighborhoods, 5 to 10 city blocks of roughly 2,000 to 3,000 people, a minimum of 250 meters distant from one another to avoid spillovers. And then we randomized 40 into treatment via a match per distance. So these communities in black here are the 80 communities that are experimental now. What was the intervention about? So it had 3 components. We estimate this is roughly a 10 to 20-fold increase in state services for roughly 20 months. It had 3 components. First, a central task force that was ensuring to provide basic services at these communities, such as civilian dispute resolution and family services, lights, garbage equipment, and others. Then there were biannual meetings with city officials and police commanders. These are called Consejo de Convivencia, where community went, the police station commander went, the liaisons that I'm going to refer to in a minute organized that and went. And this has, so there are like, in all these Consejo de Convivencia, there are some commitments made by the city that they are in principle obligated to deliver on. And then the third component was a full-time liaison for each community that was working with communities to link people to city agencies. It was kind of a broker to help people access state services. Organize the Consejo de Convivencia, was trying to identify needs for this task force to deliver and so on. And in many places, there were like widespread perceptions of municipal state absence. So we have a lot of interviews where people were just telling us, we were like a forgotten place. This was kind of the first time that we saw like a strong presence. We typically only saw maybe police patrols coming by, but here we feel that there's more a presence by the state. And how does the intervention looks like in practice? So there was increased attention from the central task force. They had this mandate to provide a lot of services to these communities. The Consejo de Convivencia happened typically one per sector per semester. So it was very intense in the communities of the intervention. Typically, the city conducts this Consejo de Convivencia once per comuna per year. A comuna is like 250,000 people, so it's not very intense. In these small communities, it was one per sector per semester, and there was like 1,000 to 3,000 people just there. And then the street level staff, typically the city has liaisons for these, one per 500 blocks. With the intervention, every sector from 5 to 10 city blocks had a liaison full-time. So the big question is, how does this affect state legitimacy and relative service provision, right? How this affects legitimacy and governance by the state and by the guys. So the first thing is that liaisons did not directly engage in disorder, but they encouraged local groups to tackle local disorder. They also marshal like these different arms of the state to provide services such as dispute and disorder, and they also focus on like strengthening police community communication, because in many of these places, people were just afraid of calling the police, for instance. So the liaisons served as brokers to call the police and try to get them there. We are going to focus on two primary outcomes. The first one is relative state legitimacy. So the question here is, does 20 months of this very intensive attention by the government would enhance trust and satisfaction with the state? So we're going to focus on this state legitimacy index, the gang legitimacy index, and the relative legitimacy index. And then we're also going to focus on relative state governance, right? So the question here is whether this indirectly impacts perceived service state responsiveness to crime and disorder. So we're going to focus on this state legitimacy index, the combo legitimacy index, and the relative governance index. So now moving to the results. So first, like a big puzzle. So we see no evidence that residents notice the intervention. So we see no evidence of an average effect of the first stage. So here we have questions such as people attended public events, knew about public events, attended community events, so on and so forth. Each line here is a different regression of these first stage indices on treatment. We see no effect whatsoever. And we have an index of first stage variables, and we see no effect, right? But thankfully, because otherwise probably we wouldn't be able to publish this paper, we pre-specified a heterogeneity analysis based on baseline relative state governance, right? So again, every line here is a different regression. Here we estimate impacts for sectors that were above median in terms of relative state governance, impacts for places that were below median in terms of baseline relative state governance, and here is the difference. So we see that in those places where the state had a stronger capacity at the beginning, there's indications that there was a first stage with positive coefficients here and a significant coefficient. In those places that were below median in terms of relative state governance, we see negative coefficients all the way, which are also puzzling. We would have expected probably like no effect here, but we see an indication of a negative first stage in those places. Why? So we surveyed the liaisons after the intervention. And we tried to see whether and they had to log the activities that they were conducting in each segment, right? So the first thing is that the number of activities they were logging is not correlated with baseline relative state governance. So in principle, they were just trying to deliver. They were there, right? We asked also whether the gang intervened with the intervention and tried to prevent services from being delivered. And we see that there's no correlation between an index of captured by the gang of the intervention with baseline relative state governance. What we do see is some evidence that where the state began weak, it eventually failed to deliver. So we asked the liaisons, how frequently did you commit to provide some service, but then the state just failed to deliver on the service that you promised? And this is again, relative state governance, this index of sector state failure, and we see a negative correlation here. So that in places where the state was stronger, there were fewer instances of failing to deliver. In places where the state began weaker, there were more instances where the state failed to deliver. You also see a lot of qualitative evidence on this, where people tells us, for instance, one liaison told us, I organized a meeting with a dispute resolution officer, 20 people from the community were there, 60 people from the community were there, and then the dispute resolution officer didn't show up. So it could be a case of people being doubly disappointed by hiding expectations, but then the state failing to deliver. So we see no evidence on our primary outcome, right? So these again, every line is a regression. These are average treatment effects. We see no impacts on relative state legitimacy. We see no impacts on relative governance, on this relative state governance index. But if we look at impacts by initial state penetration and capacity, we see some indications, for instance, that relative state legitimacy improved in places where the state began stronger. It didn't change in places where the state began weaker. And we see that this is driven mostly by an increase in state legitimacy rather than a decrease in common legitimacy, right? So we see indications that where the state began stronger, state legitimacy improved, and where the state began weaker, state legitimacy didn't change. We see no changes in relative state of governance. We also see a similar pattern if we look at emergency calls. So in places where the state began stronger, we see a drop in security-related emergency calls like physical altercations, narcotics-related incidents, knife-related incidents, and so on. And we see no changes in places where the state began weaker. We see a similar pattern for reported crime. So in places where the state began stronger, we see a decrease in this crime index, that's sentence weighted, mostly because of a decrease in vehicle thefts and robberies and assaults. And we see no changes in places where the state began weaker. So to conclude, I don't know how I'm going to do any time. Okay. So we see this unexpected absence of average effects. Massively intensifying state presence had no effect on average perception of the state on average. Probably impacts as impacts on security and order are indirect. This might not come as a big surprise. But in terms of state legitimacy, it was a big surprise to us. And especially because people were just expressing things like, we're seeing the authorities here, we're seeing them here, but then we didn't see any average treatment effect. But we see this suggestive evidence that where the state began weaker, then the state actually failed to deliver on the promises. This could be, as I mentioned before, a potential case of raised but unmet expectations. And then one possible implication is that there might be increasing returns to state presence in terms of legitimacy. So returns to initial state presence could be low or even negative in places where state is weak and then increasing thereafter. And in truth, this might imply that mayors and bureaucrats might have incentives to provide services only in those places where they are strong, because that has positive returns. And this could sort of kind of explain this neglect trap that many developing cities, for instance, in Latin America, we have neighborhoods that are thrilling and growing and people being there and mayors providing services a lot, well-served functional areas, while there are others, largely abandoned areas where the state just doesn't have, in principle, incentives to invest because their returns could be negative or positive, but in the very, very long run.
Thank you. Okay, our discussion will be Jakub Lonsky.
Okay, so thank you very much for having me here. And I really enjoyed reading this fascinating paper. So I'll start just by briefly summarizing the paper. So the study evaluates a community level intervention in Medellin, Colombia, aimed at increasing the level and quality of everyday state and community governance. The intervention had sort of three components. The first one was to create a task force that would essentially ensure that local issues get priority attention from cities' agencies, so things like family services, neighborhood cleanup, and so on. The second component was a formal community government meetings that were held twice per year, which kind of built on existing community meetings, but basically substantially intensifying these meetings in the treated neighborhoods. And finally, the treated sectors were assigned these liaisons, which were full-time employees who basically went into these neighborhoods, and their job was to link people with the local government agencies, identify public service needs for the task force, try to sort of help resolve local disputes by connecting people with city mediators and other roles as well. The treatment was randomized in pairs across 80 sectors or very small neighborhoods in Medellin. And the results were quite interesting. So overall, basically after 20 months of the treatment, there was no effect, range of outcomes. In particular, there was no increase in trust and satisfaction with the state, no change in perceptions of state, responsiveness to issues, and also not much effect on things like reported crimes or emergency calls. But very interestingly, there was an effect heterogeneity, and especially once authors sort of split the sample by initial kind of state capacity or state presence / governance, there were large treatment effects across all these outcomes in those neighborhoods that already had a strong state presence, whereas in the neighborhoods with weak state presence, there was not much effect. Okay, so related to some comments, I think first thing I would suggest perhaps to include some more contextual information, especially for somebody like me who has quite limited information or limited knowledge of this context, and especially in the as far as the organized crime is concerned. In particular, I'd be very interested in the relationship between these gangs and the Medellin drug cartel, especially since they were operating in since the 70s and 80s. And it would be interesting, I would like to know if basically under Pablo Escobar and when the Medellin cartel was the strongest, was that this top-down structure where they were basically controlling these gangs or strongly influencing them. And perhaps afterwards they managed to branch out and gain autonomy, or perhaps it wasn't the case. Also, what would be interesting to see, so as authors pointed out, these gangs were probably one of the primary roles in the, well, one of the primary criminal activities were drug trade. So it would be interesting to see if they were involved in other parts of the drug trade besides retail sale, and also in terms of the drugs, whether they were supplying just essentially locally sourced cocaine or whether other drugs were involved as well. I would also like to see more about whether there's any meaningful ethnic heterogeneity across these gangs. And again, I don't know much about this context, so perhaps these gangs are quite homogeneous, but perhaps there's more heterogeneity, which we know from other settings can generate conflict over time and across space. And finally, it would be interesting to know more about how these combos resolve disputes among each other. And in general, if their turf wars are prevalent, and especially around the study field. Okay, about the heterogeneity analysis. So I really found the results quite fascinating. Perhaps the fact that the effects are only present in the neighborhoods that had a strong state presence could be related to whether these institutions were sort of persistent or transient. Perhaps some qualitative evidence would shed light on that. My prior could be that if there is persistently weak state presence in this neighborhood, perhaps there's a complete loss of trust in state institutions among the population, which further could be reinforced by the fact that authors actually observe low top-down compliance in these treated neighborhoods. So basically, oftentimes when the liaisons raise issues in these neighborhoods, they were unanswered. So that could just reaffirm among the population that there is low state capacity, and perhaps that could help explain the effect. Also, it would be quite interesting with respect to this specific heterogeneity to, again, maybe more qualitatively look into the role of the combos, and in particular in those neighborhoods that had the weak state presence initially, and their relationship with the population. The authors do look into whether there were any responses of the gangs to the intervention and don't find much. But I think that perhaps more emphasis could be placed on these underlying relationships and how that shaped the heterogeneity. There could also be some interesting exploratory heterogeneity analysis conducted. I think one thing that would be quite interesting is to look at initial level of gang violence. Again, kind of going back to this idea of how frequent are turf wars. This could be proxied by things like homicide rate or gang-related homicide rate, but maybe even more sort of appropriately using the number of emergency calls due to armed fights, which authors have data on. So I think that would be really interesting. And the idea here is that essentially in those sectors with a lot of violence, with a lot of turf wars, these could erode the ability of the gangs to govern, but also at the same time, they could hinder the implementation of the intervention. Also, in terms of heterogeneity, I think it would be quite interesting, especially from the migration perspective. And again, I don't have a detailed knowledge, how heterogeneous or homogeneous ethnically the population of Medellin is. But in terms of sort of to compute this ethnic fragmentation index, which comes from the paper by Alessina, Bakir, and Easterly, which essentially is the Herfindahl-Hirschman index of ethnic competition on this local level. And I think it would be quite interesting because we know from their paper that if there is higher ethnic fragmentation, that leads to lower public goods provision. So that could, of course, affect the implementation of the intervention. Some other comments. So I think the crime reporting is interesting, not necessarily as an issue, because of course there could be an increased crime reporting, but I think in the context of a presence of organized crime, it's really important policy question. And the potentially increased crime reporting could be an interesting policy outcome, especially since the intervention likely directly affected crime reporting and also these emergency calls to police. And so maybe more could be done to kind of get at this issue, even if crime reporting is not directly observable. For example, there could be some analysis look at specific types of crime, comparing offenses which sort of have usually high underreporting. So of course, things like drug-related offenses, extortion, domestic violence as well, and compare with the effect on offenses with low underreporting. So homicide or some serious assaults. Perhaps also motor vehicle theft, as authors mentioned. These are often reported for insurance purposes, so the underreporting is quite low. And also in terms of crime reporting, I think it's interesting to again kind of look at the perhaps more room for some exploratory heterogeneity analysis when you look at sectors with strong combo presence of governance. Of course, I would assume there's going to be very high baseline underreporting. And perhaps also the intervention wouldn't really have such an effect in these. And finally, I think there's a little bit of room to maybe have more extensive literature review, especially on the subject of communal governance. I've just pointed out a couple of papers by Federico Varese and Potros. So just to conclude, just final remarks, I think this is a really important contribution. It's one of a kind social intervention, very unique. And I was very impressed, especially by the amount of primary data collection and the qualitative work that went into it. Thank you.
Thanks so much for all the comments. Yeah, so I think contextual information, definitely we need to put more. I'll just flag a couple of things. One is, for instance, what kind of drugs these gangs sell. So there's a lot of regulation on 2 dimensions of like gang activity in Medellin in general. One is on the drug market. So for instance, in many neighborhoods, they can only sell cocaine and marijuana because other drugs would bring disorder. So in principle, for instance, in theory, today fentanyl is forbidden in Medellin. Drugs such as bazuco, which is our version of crack cocaine, is only allowed to be sold downtown because that could bring homeless people and disorder. So there's a lot of regulation of that. The other thing is violence that you asked. So I told you the homicide rate in Medellin last year was roughly, I believe, between 11 and 12. This is the first time in history that the homicide rate in Medellin is lower than Bogotá's homicide rate. And our main hypothesis is that this is mostly driven by gang regulation of violence. So today the city is just distributed and they just don't allow one gang to invade the territory of another gang. There's a whole thing, and we actually have with Ben and Chris and Gustavo, we're writing a paper on the industrial organization of these groups and how they provide this regulation. But we need to provide more details there. On the heterogeneity analysis, so the ethnic heterogeneity, so there's not a lot because Colombia has been a country that has typically been close to immigration. Now there's a lot of Venezuelan population, so roughly 10% of the population in Medellin now comes from Venezuela. But we know because of the interviews and so on that there's not like Venezuelan gangs. Rather, there's some Venezuelans who are members of gangs, and the key fact driving this is that they actually, when we interview combo members, we ask them about Venezuelans, they say it's cheaper because if it's a Colombian, they get arrested, we need to hire a lawyer and protect him. If it's a Venezuelan, they will be deported and we only have to pay for the ticket back so that he goes back. I think you're right on the heterogeneity analysis. We should do more. We have data on voting behavior, so that links to this idea that maybe people just disappointed, don't trust. On crime reporting, I think we need to work more. We do have data on victimization from surveys that we could try to. The problem is that we didn't collect the data in the online survey. There's surveys conducted by the city that we can maybe map some of these surveys to the sectors to try to see something there. And the literature, you're right. The thing is that we also have another paper on criminal governance. So we actually tried to make this paper about state governance, but yeah, we could put there. Thanks so much.
Questions, lots of hands.
My question refers maybe to the finding that you see how the kind of lab widens across these neighborhoods, right? And how in the one that have low state capacity at the beginning is where you see kind of. My question is mostly about what to do next or how can we fix this? I mean, it's related. Do you have any idea if the let's say, supply from the state comes from truly not being able to do it, or rather that they know that this would be wasted resources that matter, so why would I do it? And I think this is a question that have very different policy implications on how to fix the situation in places that are already like that.
Yeah, so I think this neglect, you think of, for instance, of a dispute resolution. I think the way they think through this is that gangs are providing free services there for them. So they actually don't need to go there. So I think I think it's, yeah, so I'm not sure whether what's the next step? Probably try to invest more, probably think of other ways of investing to try to get people to see the state as more legitimate. But I think that the long run problem is that in places where there's gangs competing with the state in providing these services, the bureaucrats and policymakers have incentives to just allow that from happening so that they get sort of free for instance, security services provided there. So we have cases, when we were piloting the survey instrument, there was this instance where a woman, a shop owner, she was like selling stuff, and we asked her like, if there's a theft in the street, who do you call? And she was like, I call the gang. And we're like, why would you call the gang? Can you explain? And she was like, yes, like I'll give you an example. Last week there was a robbery in front of the street, and the police arrived, and the police asked the gang, like, why would they allow someone to steal? So they were coordinating. So I think people just start to just rely more on these gangs, and the state kind of sees them as complements in some, at the very low level, right? So that's a good question, but yeah, a hard one to answer.
Briefly touched upon this during the presentation, but do you have a way to gauge whether the liaison officers started behaving differently in places where the traffic mistake was so low after being appointed? I mean, I go there with good faith and I invite like a state officer to give a talk, and then they don't come. At some point, I would say, you know what, I give up and I facilitate the relationship between the people and the gang, or I stop doing my job.
So the advantage was that they were contractors and they had to deliver on some like services to be paid every month. So this is why they were logging these activities. But you're right in that their like motivation on like the activities could have changed after this. We could ask some of them because we still have some contact.
So related to that, it's a bit surprising that there's no difference in service delivery. And I wonder if your measure is really capturing how it was delivered in practice, because I suppose if a gang is really entrenched, there's more competition simply enough for the same services. So do you really believe that it was the same kind of delivery? And related to that also, I was very struck by how much data you have, and it must be hard to collect data on terrorists and gangs. I wonder if you could tell us a bit how you did that and how easy was it to get truthful responses from people in the baseline and now after the intervention as well.
Yeah,
just how did you?
So yeah, so a couple of comments. So the first thing, one hypothesis that we had was that, for instance, if we think about governance service provision, like security provision, whether the services provided by the state and the gang were subsidized. That was kind of our main hypothesis. And we see that there's, to some degree, I don't have the figure here, but the correlation is positive between state and combo governance, meaning the services could be complements, or people could, for some services, call the state and for others call the gang, or maybe first call the state and then call the gang. So our measure captures kind of demand for these services, right? We think it reflects more or less reality, because we conducted a bunch of survey experiments to try to measure underreporting, and we saw like no real indication of that. And on how did we collect the data? So it took us like, I don't know, years. First, like starting with interviews, we interviewed roughly 160, we have interviewed roughly 160 gang members to try to understand like the kind of services they provide, how they behave, and so on and so forth. Roughly half of them in prisons and the rest outside of prisons. And through that, we started to develop this survey instrument that focuses those 17 situations that I showed you in the table, for instance, on the services provided by these gangs, came from this interview. So that's how pretty much this all started. The other thing is that in Medellin, these gangs are currently organized. So roughly 15 years ago, there was big war between gangs. And there was the homicide rate went up to 100 per 100,000 residents. Now it's more quiet, but it's true that maybe trying to do this in Rio de Janeiro could not be possible because of security concerns. So there's that as well. So, you have to.
Can I just jump in on that? So I think one of the things we struggle a little bit with is like, is this a case where, in one sense, the treatment, this wasn't an issue like that. The treated groups got differential treatment. They were all part of the same program. They all got exactly as many hours of liaison as the next one. They got just as many vaccines. In some sense, we're fairly confident that the treatment there wasn't differential treatment across groups. And at the same time, it does seem like the end delivery goal of state services was less in the low baseline groups. So we struggle a little bit to sort of, is this a story where everybody got the same dosage of the same medicine and it just had a different effect on certain patients? Or is this a case where, well, the medicine wasn't quite as strong for for whatever reason, there was a defect on fabric or whatever, whatever. So I think that it's almost a conceptual question, how to think about what actually happened.
Yeah, I wanted to bring also, I'm curious about how the liaisons were trained and whether ones that were going into neighborhoods that had a greater distance from the state, would be described as the state, were given sort of different training, or they were looking for different sorts of people to do those roles than they were for people who were going into neighborhoods that had less distance from the state or stronger citizens. I'm curious about that as a way of looking at that. I'm also curious about what happened to the locals in this, what their relationship with the liaisons was, what their relationship with any of the other sort of state actors that were sort of suddenly appearing in these neighborhoods in a way that maybe they have never appeared before. And then I'm also curious about what happened after the 20 months. Was there like a gradual drawdown? Did everybody just disappear? I mean, you said that a lot of people didn't really notice that there was even an intervention happening. So maybe it doesn't matter how it was drawn down. But yeah, I'm curious about that. Also, I'm not any economist at all. This is my first ever econ conference. But
We're happy to have you.
Thank you. But there's some articles or some work that could be useful to look at from other fields. So focus on Pedro. He's an architect and an urbanist, and he writes about distance from the state in Colombia. Maybe read him already. And then Antonio Sampaio is based here in London. And then I have one of my best friends is working on a project all over Colombia, integrating criminalized actors into urban and national peace processes through the HD Center. So if you'd like a link to that.
Yeah, for sure. So about the liaisons, so there's like a record of the city hiring street level bureaucrats to provide many services, right? So the change here was that they were doing this, like they had a liaison per comuna rather than per sector. And these liaisons are typically university educated people from public and private universities, sometimes from the same community, sometimes from others. They were all trained together. And this training like followed from the typical liaison that they used to work with. So in principle, there should be some sort of like homogeneity across sectors. So the combos, how did they react? So I think, the combos did not like react against the intervention. We had a couple of instances where they, at the beginning, did not allow the liaison to come in. One of those cases was because the gang leader thought the liaison was trying to get his girlfriend out of, like, from him. But then when he realized it wasn't the case, then they just talked and allowed this person to come in. And I think in part the combos didn't react because combos also want to foster legitimacy within communities. So if these guys were there, like trying to provide services, just messing with this kind of people would hurt their own legitimacy. So they, in principle, still stayed kind of neutral. How the intervention ended was a change in city government. So it ended in December 2019, where the administration ended. A new administration, it ended in 2019. A new administration started in 2020. So yeah, it just abruptly finished. We conducted the inline survey during the last 2 months of the intervention.
I mean, it's also important to emphasize that all the treatment and control groups were, if you compare to the city average, had low state presence. Right? They're all relatively low state presence. So within that sample, we separated. So it wasn't like they were going, some of the liaisons were going to the rich neighborhoods.
Other questions?
So there's an action thing like Johnny wondering, like, if this state comes in and you influence the state a lot, things like you might think that they're just coming to like electorally related, they just want to vote. So maybe it can be sort of just like a political economy thing that I won't vote for the government because they just want my vote, like for the incumbent in the sense. So they lost the elections after that, the program ended. It's kind of like if there's this connection between like low state capacity in the baseline and support for the incumbent once they
yeah, so there's no re-election in mayors in Medellin, but it's true that the candidate of the mayor lost. But there's another story to that, which is that there was like an open agreement between the mayor who won and gangs to like support him. So that's yeah, but that I think we don't think that's the case in the intervention, but there's a story of gang involvement in elections that we are also trying to work on.
I'm just curious with this split above and below median. I mean, I totally get why you're doing that, but is it the case where you see this kind of continuum of effects getting stronger and stronger in certain places, or is it really like certain places respond and other places?
Yeah, so we actually, the thing is that we don't have a large sample size, but if we do the same thing by quartiles, for instance, we do see a sort of monotonic pattern, so yeah.
Coming back to this issue of the implementation quality, I just wonder if you have a strong gang presence and there wasn't an effect in increasing trust in the state, because the gang would feel threatened with that, right? So this is yet another reason to believe that the reason why we don't see effects in regions where the gang is strong might be that they can mine the program.
Yeah, so we don't have a lot of data on whether the gangs undermine the program or not. We did survey the liaisons, so we asked them about that, and it didn't seem to be the case because of all these few instances. I think that could be true, mostly if it was mostly a matter of law enforcement, right? But this was like this idea of convivencia is just like people from the city administration being there. So this kind of yeah, I think probably the response by the gangs is different because of these kind of services that they provide. Because that undermines, like, whenever are these like social services or just the state being there, like these liaisons were like trying to get slots for kids into schools and stuff like that. Gangs typically do not interrupt with that process that much because that undermines also their own legitimacy.
Okay, so I'm a little concerned here that, we've landed early but there's not a gate available. Because we're supposed to have lunch at 12:10. I guess I should turn this around. I should thank the presenters and the discussants for not just the quality of their comments, but their brevity. And I guess, so we're supposed to take a lunch break. Let's hope there's something out there. There will be in 5 minutes, I hope, if there's not now. And we'll be back at 1:40.
Thanks.
So, question the young starts the second section after lunch, which is normally the hardest one. 25 minutes and, the process.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. I'll try to be entertaining enough so I can wake everybody up after the post-lunch slumber. This is joint work with Marcella Alshan, R.P. Barnett, and Peter Hull, and it's studying sort of what we think is a pretty innovative jail education cultural change in the context of moving to Michigan. So as motivation, not a surprise to anybody in this room, the US has incredibly high incarceration rate. And on a daily basis, there are nearly 600,000 people who are being held in local county jails, the vast majority of whom have not actually been convicted. So they're pretrial or awaiting sentencing. And a problem is that recidivism among individuals is quite high in the United States as well. So if we looked at jailed individuals, 1 in 4 are actually re-jailed within the following year post-release. And so a persistent policy problem has been thinking about how to actually reduce recidivism among these individuals. And I would say that in the US, there's sort of been a pretty influential, although somewhat controversial report dating back to the Martinson 1974 report that sort of was a meta-analysis of different types of rehabilitative programs that existed at the time and kind of broadly concluded that nothing works in terms of rehabilitation. Now, I'll note that that's actually kind of a controversial hypothesis, and there's been growing evidence suggesting that's not true, but I think that's been quite influential in thinking about correctional policy more broadly, but there is growing work, largely outside of the United States, that rehabilitative type of programs might work, right? So CBT has been shown to work in the US, and then Giovanni, I might discuss, and has a really nice paper looking at the impact, for example, of open versus closed prisons in Italy, which also seems to have a recidivism reducing effect. But we're going to really take this into the US context, in particular a jail, and think about whether some type of rehabilitative educational program also can generate similar reductions in recidivism or misconduct. So what we're going to do is I'm going to tell you about this innovative program called Ignite, which was launched in September 2020 in Genesee County, which is the county that serves Flint, Michigan. It's very unique because it's tailored education for each person based on their baseline sort of literacy and numeracy and what goals they want to accomplish. It's offered to all individuals in the jail, right? It's not like a subset of individuals who are specifically selected. And we see in our data that over 90% of individuals actually take up the program. It's law enforcement led. So this was an innovative sheriff in the county who decided he really wanted to do something to break the cycle of incarceration. It's completely led by the correctional staff, as well as one sort of GED instructor who comes in. They repurpose the space, but it largely is used the same staff, which means that it's kind of budget neutral from the perspective of jails. Their sort of daily operating costs, average cost per inmate really didn't change before and after the launch of the Ignite program. But we also think it's a program that's not just about education. So I'll show you anecdotal evidence and some qualitative evidence suggesting that Ignite is also introducing a cultural change in the jail. It's meant to give people hope that they have things worth investing in even after release. And we'll show you through some original surveys that we launched that it's changed the views of both incarcerated individuals as well as the actual correctional staff that are administering the program in the jail. We're studying the first version of Ignite that was launched, but we're actually also now interested because this program is now being discussed as something that might be scaled up nationally across the US. There are now at least 40 other US jails that are interested in doing some version of Ignite, which I think will be really relevant as we think about external validity and what it means in other places.
So 90% take it in education, but it's really, really high.
Incredibly high. I mean,
So
usually.
do they get a qualification?
There's a small qualification for a minority of individuals that have to be isolated for medical reasons, but basically everybody else qualifies if you're in the jail. And you
do get some qualification, but
there's a small.
employers know what it is, or
Oh, employers might know, yes. So there's certifications. I'll show you sort of all the different components, but definitely in the local community, employers are aware that this is a program that's happening.
and it's a qualification that has a return, if other people evaluate it.
Sorry?
It's a qualification that has a return. Is it a GED?
No, it's tailored, so it might be just learning how to read, if that's something you want to work on. It might be a GED. It might be getting a commercial driver's license, right? It might be learning how to prepare food safely if you want to go into food servicing. So it's really tailored to the specific thing that the person wants, but it's not like just a GED program, which is why it's a little bit.
I see, but it's something that you think employers would value.
They could value. We don't have, unfortunately, like formal labor market outcomes, but it's something that in theory employers could value. That's right.
That's why if it is from 90% take up, I'm not quite so surprised. But.
Right. But definitely employers, I think, could value it. So we're going to study this program in the context of sort of a hard-hit local jail in a US community. We're going to look at rich administrative data, which I'll describe, which are kind of unique, that give us an unprecedented access to what's happening in the jail. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what we think is kind of a neat identification strategy here, which is to essentially do sort of a difference in IV approach, taking advantage of the fact that a lot of individuals experience court delays, and that court delay increases their time in jail both before and after the launch of the Ignite program. And then we can think about with some assumptions how we might be able to difference sort of those IV estimates of time in jail in the post relative to the pre-program to try to identify that marginal causal effect of the Ignite program, proving time in jail fixed. But I'll spend some more time on that in a minute. Okay, so just a quick preview of the results. Ignite is really successful. So we find, for example, that 1 month of exposure to the Ignite program reduces weekly major misconduct incidents while in jail by about 25%. We also find in terms of recidivism post-release, 1 month of Ignite exposure reduces 3-month recidivism by, again, about 25%, with effects growing over time, right? So by about 1 year post-release, it's a 17 percentage point reduction in recidivism with a 12-month reduction in social costs of crime of over at least $6,000. So it seems to be incredibly cost-effective as well, given that it's largely budget control. And I'll show you, we think there's kind of 2 things that could be contributing to why Ignite might be so successful. There does seem to be some evidence of like really major human capital changes in both math and reading achievement. And then our survey work, again, that we launched for both incarcerated individuals as well as the staff suggests that there's actual cultural changes and qualitative changes in perceptions as well. Okay, so I won't spend too much time on the literature review other than to say that this is building on the work of a lot of people here, thinking about the effects of rehabilitative type programming, the effects of various interventions on crime or recidivism more generally, and then we really want to sort of contribute methodologically as well in thinking about this new difference in IB type of approach. Okay, so let me talk about the setting.
Hi, Krista, can you hear me?
In Genesee County Jail, offered again to largely everybody with a 90% take-up, roughly budget neutral. It's tailored education and training, and it basically is 2 hours of individualized instruction on a Chromebook 5 days a week. Right, so a lot of the tailoring actually happens through the technology itself. The repurposed space basically means that this is the picture of the day room in Genesee County Jail. You'll see that during the 2 hours of Ignite instruction, people simply sit there, 2 full-time deputies walk around, supervise, and people basically use the technology to work on whatever educational programming that they've elected to do. You can get a GED, you can get college credit if you already have a high school degree. Commercial driver's license is the CDL, right? You can work on masonry. In recent years, like 2022 and 2023, which are outside of our analysis sample, the curriculum has also expanded to courses like art and mindfulness, meditation. So it's really sort of broad in terms of what might be offered. And as I mentioned again, the program is not just about providing a GED or some component of education, but it was really meant to give people hope. So here's a picture I really like, which is very representative. About once, sometimes even 2 times a year, they will hold graduation ceremonies for the incarcerated individuals. So if you've gotten a certificate or a GED, they will actually hold a ceremony. You get a cap and gown. They bring in outside visitors to give speeches. Your friends and family members are also invited to attend. Many of our research team have actually gone and watched one of these graduation ceremonies. It's kind of an unusual thing to happen, right? To really say we're actually celebrating the achievements of these people and actually treating them sort of with respect and dignity and giving them a cap and gown. So I want to emphasize, I think this is kind of a innovative, unique program that's not just about like, let's get you a GED and that's it. Okay. So the way we're going to try to measure the impact of this Ignite program is to use the fact that in many parts of the country, especially Genesee County, court delays are very, very common, right? So imagine that you're scheduled to have a probable cause hearing, which is required for your case to progress. Suppose a judge is like, oh, my court day, it's running over, or I have a backlog, or I've just decided to take the day off. What happens is that then your probable cause hearing is basically canceled or rescheduled, and then it's slotted for a different day. But because there are so many cases, when a court hearing is rescheduled or canceled, it's not like you get on the docket the immediate next day. It might be that a few weeks elapse before your actual appearance, next court appearance, is actually scheduled. And so what we're going to do is take advantage of these court delays, which could be due to, judges taking a holiday. Obviously, we know COVID and fiscal crises can lead to backlog, to try to estimate the impact of the Ignite program. And we're going to show you that these court delays are going to be largely idiosyncratic and random, conditioned on a set of what we're going to call design controls, right? So conditional on the courtroom because some are more congested than the other, conditional on types of charges and day of the week of the hearing, because court delays, as you might imagine, are actually more likely on Fridays. And I think some people decide to take the day off and then everybody gets rescheduled. Okay. So we have a couple sources of data here that we're going to use. We have really detailed jail management data from Genesee County Jail, which provides us detailed timestamps of when people enter and exit the jail. This allows us to mark sort of the exact episode spell for each individual. It also records incidents of major and minor misconduct that occur in jail. And we'll also use this to construct one of our main measures, which is recidivism, which is being rebooked into that jail or the neighboring jail for which we've also gotten these data, that's Saginaw County, within 3 months post-release. We also were able to scrape all of the records of every single case, which allow us then to code up if a case had a rescheduled court delay, right? So basically you can see from the records, if you were scheduled to have a particular hearing, there's actual language that says it was adjourned or rescheduled. And that allows us to identify that there was an actual court delay in the particular case. This is going to give us an estimation sample, about 24,000 sort of booking episodes involving 15,000 unique individuals. And our analysis sample is roughly 2016 to 2022, which allows us to measure outcomes for a year for everybody in the entire sample. Couple of other data sources I'll mention. One, we were really lucky to get what's called kite messages. These are internal electronic messages sent from people to correctional staff asking questions about their stay. We have the entire universe of these messages, and we're going to do a little bit of sentiment analysis. So I'll show you to look at the substance of these messages to think about whether we can measure changes in how people are expressing themselves in messages. We also have data on some test scores, which allow us to look at whether there's improvements in literacy and also numeracy. And again, we fielded original surveys of both incarcerated individuals as well as correctional staff to get at some of these questions about cultural change. Okay, so just to give you some summary statistics here, delays are very common. So if you look up there, nearly 40% of all of these cases in the sample have at least one court delay. On average, people spend about 0.4 months at Ignite. So think about that as roughly 2 weeks. The average stay in jail is about 1.5 months. And then recidivism is very high, 17.5% within 3 months, 9% major misconduct. Unsurprisingly, the jail population in Genesee County is largely male, largely younger individuals, and the majority of individuals are Black. Okay, so here's how we're going to do the identification strategies. We're going to use these court delays to estimate the effects of Ignite exposure because delays increase an individual's time in jail, both pre and post-Ignite. And essentially, if you think about a comparison of the pre-effect to the post-effect, that's going to be able to allow us to identify the causal impact of Ignite under a couple of assumptions. So we have to have our standard IV assumptions, of course, right? Which one of them includes that these delays are conditionally as good as random. So I'll show you a balance check shortly in support of this. The other main assumption that we need for this difference in IV approach is the assumption that if it were not for the start of Ignite, the delay-based IV estimates in time in jail wouldn't have changed in September 2020, right? That's what allows us to do that different thing. If we think of those IV-based time in jail effects as constant across time, but for the effect of Ignite, and I'll show you some trend analyses and complier results to suggest that that likely is true. I'll also show you some results showing that even if we were to compare Genesee County to the neighboring Saginaw County, where we know that there was no Ignite program, that allows us to do an alternative difference in type of IV strategy, where we're now using essentially Saginaw County to identify the baseline time in jail effects. And we'll show you that we get actually very similar results in terms of our estimates of the causal impact of Ignite. Okay, so here's a balance table. These are basically coefficients from a regression of each of these characteristics about an individual on our court delay instrument. And you'll see that we have pretty good balance conditional on those design controls. So these suggest that the court delays are conditionally random. I'm also here showing you here the first stage, which shows you that a court delay basically increases a person's time in jail on average by 0.4 months. So think about this as a 2-week increase induced by a court delay. And that's pretty large relative to that mean, right? If the mean time in jail is 1.5 months, this is a 34% increase in time in jail coming from the court delay instrument. Okay, now, about that assumption that those IV-based time in jail effects would have been constant, but for the start of Ignite, here what we've done is essentially estimated the reduced form effects of the court delay on weekly misconduct separately for every single month in a pre-Ignite period. The vertical line here denotes when the Ignite program started. And you'll see that in the pre-Ignite period, for every month that we estimate it, it basically is a flat, slightly positive effect of a court delay on weekly misconduct. But if we're going to do the same thing in the post-Ignite period, we see sort of a noticeable difference in terms of a court delay now having a negative impact on major misconduct, right? So this suggests that because we don't see a lot of pre-trends, that the assumption that the sort of IV-based time in jail effects might have been constant, but for the introduction of Ignite is plausible maybe in this setting. I'm going to do the same thing by looking at 3-month recidivism, again, presenting the reduced form evidence for each month prior to the launch of the Ignite program and afterwards, and you'll see there's basically no effect of a court delay in the pre-Ignite period, but then this noticeable change in the post period. And if you think about what our difference in IV strategy is effectively doing, it's going to take these reduced form effects, scale them by the first stage, and then take the difference in the pre versus post-Ignite period, right? And under the assumptions, if you believe them, that identifies the marginal causal impact of the Ignite program, holding jail and time constant. Okay. One other thing I want to show you, which you might think of, well, how do we really know that those IV-based estimates would have been the same in the pre or post period, is we might also want to look at the complier characteristics of the people, because those IV-based estimates, of course, are a weighted convex average of the treatment effects for the compliers. We actually find in the paper that although a bit noisy, the characteristics of the compliers are largely the same in the pre versus the post period. Okay, so the way we're actually going to just implement this is using a true treatment IV specification. We're going to estimate the effect of some YI outcome. Think of this as the weekly rate of jail misconduct or recidivism. We're going to have a months in jail, which is the MIJ, and then the months of exposure to IGNITE, which is the MI, superscript I. And you can think of the coefficient of interest here is beta, which is marginal impact of IGNITE exposure holding fixed time in jail. And what we're going to do is we're going to instrument for both time in IGNITE and time in jail with our court delay instrument, as well as an interaction of the court delay instrument with the post-September 2020 indicator, which is again when IGNITE was actually implemented, right? And XI here can refer to the design controls or additional controls for precision. Yeah.
So you start straight off with the IV here. Is that because this, you want to introduce IGNITE? Is that because there is some education programs going on before IGNITE, that aren't IGNITE?
There's a little bit of a GED program for a small subset of individuals.
But I still want to know why you're interested. I can see why it's called, it's potentially lots of stuff. But you know, you could think that an interesting thing to look at is just IGNITE without instrumenting necessarily.
That's right. One could do that. And so you could imagine doing an alternative strategy of even just looking at a simple kind of dip and dip type of approach. It's a little bit more complicated because some of the individuals even booked before IGNITE would actually be exposed to IGNITE. So there's not a clean sort of sharp cutoff, because some people will stay long enough that they'll also be exposed to IGNITE. And that's why I think this is a little bit sharper, because this allows for the fact that some people booked before could in theory also be exposed to IGNITE.
Non-compliance? So you just said about compliance, so the 10% you don't do it. What's going on there?
Yeah, so we're estimating the marginal impact of IGNITE exposure. So you can think of this sort of as an ITT effect of like those people are being exposed as well, in part because you might think the give and take up is so high, there will be spillover effects to other individuals. To the extent that you're interested in just like the TOT on the people who actually do the take up, you could just scale these estimates by like.
That's what I was sort of thinking about the natural first thing, and then you might want to think about it.
Yeah, we can do that. We just sort of think of the exposure of the program as also of interest as a different parameter. Yeah, but I agree that you could also do that as well. Okay. In the paper, we show that if you do this sort of true treatment IV specification, and you assume, for example, that nobody booked pre-IGNITE was actually exposed to IGNITE, and see that kind of gets your question. This reduces exactly to as if you did a difference in IV, right? You did the IV specification in the pre-period and the post-period, you did a simple differencing, that'll exactly give you the beta. Now, with this formulation, it's actually a little bit more abstract and allows for the possibility that there's essentially a little bit of a straddle population of individuals that are booked before IGNITE, but could still be exposed to the IGNITE program. Okay, so let me show you the first main results. So this is just showing that there's a strong first stage relationship between having a court delay as well as court delay interactive with post-IGNITE on both months in IGNITE and months in jail. This coefficient here of the court delay on months IGNITE would exactly be 0 if there were no straddle population, but you'll see it's non-zero precisely because some people booked prior to IGNITE are exposed to IGNITE. But this is showing there's a strong first stage that increases both months in IGNITE and months in jail as well. And here are main IV results, right? So if you look at weekly major misconduct, which is columns 1 and 2, you see that 1 month in jail typically increases these. In contrast, the marginal effect of IGNITE exposure is to decrease weekly major misconduct by about 0.15, which is about a 25% decrease relative to the control complier mean. If you wanted to know the average effect then of a month in jail in the post-IGNITE period, you could sort of add up these two coefficients, which would also give you a reduction of about 0.07. If we move to columns 3 and 4, we're now looking at 3-month recidivism, and you'll see there that we also find sort of this reduction coming from the marginal impact of IGNITE exposure, which is again about a 25% decrease relative to the control complier mean, right? So this is showing that the 1-month exposure to IGNITE generates pretty large reductions in terms of both weekly misconduct as well as 3-month recidivism. Okay, So I'm not going to spend too much time on various concerns we've addressed. Of course, there's an issue here about thinking about COVID because COVID is happening in the middle here. One of the things we've done, which I'll show you here, is to take advantage of the fact that we also ended up getting data on bookings, records, and recidivism for the neighboring county of Saginaw. So column 1 here is our baseline 2 treatments or IV specification that I just showed you. If we look at what happens in the post period, comparing Genesee County, which has Ignite, to Saginaw County, which does not have Ignite. So now we're using Saginaw County to establish those baseline time in jail effects. You'll see that we get a very similar coefficient in terms of the months in Ignite exposure, right? So this lends some support using an alternative difference in IV strategy. We can also do the same post and pre in just Saginaw County where there's no program and we find kind of null effects, right, before and after, which is kind of consistent with the idea that nothing would have changed but for the introduction at night. And then we can even go another step further if you wanted, which is actually do a double dip in IV strategy that takes advantage of the pre and post variation in Genesee County relative to the pre and post in Saginaw County. And you'll see there again, we get a very similar size coefficient in terms of the reduction on 3-month recidivism, right? So this really, I think, helps to account or rule out stories about time effects that might be happening like COVID, which would equally impact, for example, Genesee County and Saginaw County. Okay. So we consider a bunch of different ways of measuring the delay. And also note that one thing we've done is looked at misconduct that occurs outside of program hours, right? Because one question could be, well, maybe Ignite's really effective because you're now keeping people busy for 2 hours a day. And so you might just mechanically generate some of those misconduct reductions, but we still find misconduct reductions even outside of the hours of regularly scheduled Ignite program. Okay. These are just showing you that the effects on recidivism increase as we go out to 12 months post-release, and social cost of crime estimates suggest that by 12 months post-release, this program is generating about $6,000 in terms of reductions. The estimates we find, I would say, are also roughly comparable, if not even slightly larger than other types of rehabilitative programs in the literature. But of course, this is like a roughly budget neutral, pretty cost-effective program. Okay. Let me show you 2 final sort of sets of results on mechanisms. We were able to get snapshots of test scores when people entered the jail and then post right after they were released, they were released from jail. And you'll see that these 2 distributions of math scores and reading scores, that there's a noticeable sort of right shift in both math and reading of nearly a grade increase. Now, people are starting at very low baselines, so this is a very large increase. Now, I'm not an education economist, but some of my colleagues are, and they said, this is huge, right? A full grade increase seems implausible, and we actually think that's true as well. Because if you think about what the court delay instrument is doing, it's increasing people's exposure by about 2 extra weeks. So the idea that you could actually, in pure human capital, improve by a grade level in 2 weeks seems too large. So we think that there could be some increased attention, maybe retesting sort of effects happening here.
Yeah, how can we it's unusual to do maths and reading tests.
So this is before, I'm sorry. This is pre-release, yeah. This is when you're first looking. They do it in the prison, exactly. So every 40 hours of instruction under Ignite, you get retested. So it's very interesting.
And it's the same test?
It's the same test, but it's a different format. This is called a CASA test. They changed the format to try to get a retest result. But I don't want to claim this is full human capital gains, right? Because that would be like, I think, pretty massive in terms of reading and math, but we think there's something happening here as well, right? You do see the noticeable changes. But again, we think that there's something cultural going on, right? If you look at the qualitative quotes of what the staff were saying, they were really trying to give people hope, right? Give people humanize individuals. And so we did our own survey for incarcerated individuals and the staff as well. And in the community survey, what we find is that people who were exposed to the Ignite program, either directly or through friends and family members, were much more likely to have positive views of law enforcement, right? There was increased trust and legitimacy given to law enforcement, potentially because of their participation in Ignite. We also do a sentiment analysis of those underlying sort of electronic messages that are sent between individuals to correctional staff. And we find, for example, that compared to pre-Ignite, which is the gray bars, and post-Ignite, which is the green bars, that there's an increase in the share of positive words that are used in those text messages. And there's an increased prevalence in words that are associated with the sentiment of trust, whereas a decreased prevalence of words associated with the sentiment, for example, of anticipation and anger, which also supports this idea of cultural change. And finally, when we look at the jail staff that we surveyed, we find that individuals who are more likely to be exposed through Ignite, that they work with the Ignite population more while in jail, are much more likely to agree with the statement that educational programs in jail are worth time and money, right? So this suggests that there might have been really some change in the sentiment of not just the people who are incarcerated, but also the staff that were working with those individuals. Okay, so I think I'm good on time. So let me wrap up. That I think we find some robust evidence here that something works, some type of innovative education rehabilitative program works in the context of a US jail. It generates pretty large reductions in both jail misconduct as well as recidivism. And we think that there's some evidence supporting the idea that it comes from some gains in test achievement for both literacy and numeracy, as well as some improved views by both incarcerated individuals as well as law enforcement. And we hope that this sort of identification strategy could be useful in other settings as well, where you might have these sort of idiosyncratic administrative delays both before and after a program change. And then you could sort of use this type of delay to try to estimate the causal impact of a particular program. Okay, so I will wrap up there and look forward to Giovanni's comments.
Perfect. So the discussant is Giovanni Mastrobuoni.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to read this paper, which I enjoyed very much.
Control L.
Okay. Yes, so I'm enjoying this today. Okay, so there are many things I liked about this paper. It's policy relevant. It uses a novel identification. These court delays. It has a new econometric model. I mean, sort of you have everything you want to have in an applied paper, I think, and even more. So we already saw, the main idea is that you have these court delays, which generates more time in prison, which is actually a bit sad, but it happens. And then you have the sort of the policy that kicks in at one point. And so, after the policy kicks in, these court delays also increase the time in this program, Ignite, this educational program. There is a parallel trend assumption that sort of the time in prison will have the same effect before and after. And then, it has a ton of robustness checks. It's a very long paper. And in addition, it has this sort of great positive, result, which is that's something works. But I need to do my job, so I'll try to be referee 2.0, with the idea to be able to some new ideas. So the first thing that I was thinking while reading the paper is that spending more time in prison because of a court delay is something that could frustrate you and could sort of generate some additional anger. It is discussed in the paper. In fact, we will see that under some assumptions the IV is even robust to that. But I discussed in what way it could actually go wrong. And then the second question that also I had in my mind all the time was, and it came up a little bit, how can 1 month have such large effects? And so I like this idea that prison culture is sort of driving these effects, and it would be nice to have it sort of a bit more evidence. All right, so I said it already. You are in jail. Potentially, you're not doing much. You're idle, so you have a ton of time to think about like how tough it is to be there, and you're there knowing that it's because of a court delay. And so the question is whether this has an independent effect. If it does, then we know that the IV could potentially have some issues. They mentioned very quickly that that's actually not the case, and I did the in some sense the econometrics, and it is true. So it was fun, I must say. So basically, what I did is I just added this guy to their structural equation. So this delta Z, so this independent direct effect of like this instrument, the delay on whatever misconduct or recidivism. Now, if it's the same before and after, it cancels out when they take the difference. So the question is, you know, can we think of situations where they might be different? And I think, you know, it was not too hard for me to think that if you are idle, it is one thing to have a delay, to spend more time in prison, while if you're doing things, if you have a tablet, if you have a Chromebook, if you are learning something, it might be less frustrating to spend their time because a judge is on holidays, okay, basically. And so basically, if the frustration effect differs before and after, then even if there's no direct effect, there could still be sort of a reduced form effect, which doesn't go through time in Ignite, if you know, other than through the delay, basically. So it's in some sense the program would still have an effect, but only on the sample that is subject to the delays, and not on all the other ones. So I think the nice thing about your data is that you can actually test that. So you have already this difference between the two counties. So I think what you can do is you can do sort of an identification at zero. So you take only the sample that has absolutely no delay, and for them you do the difference and difference. And so if more time in Ignite, sort of irrespective of I mean, in the absence of delays, reduces recidivism, I think that would be sort of evidence. It's not as clean as maybe the ID that you are using, but you could do it, with the difference and difference or with the judge fixed. And it's just a robustness check, because I think that could be potentially an issue. So about the prison culture, what I while reading, I was thinking, how can this have such large effects? And what you show is sort of what is the what the typical day looks like with Ignite, and so you mentioned that. I mean, you show that this is sort of their schedule, and I was wondering, what does it mean to be in a day room open to all? Because I'm assuming that before Ignite, that's all they were doing, because there's nothing else here other than eating and cleaning, and so to get a sense of how Ignite is changing culture, it would be nice to know, what are they doing typically while in jail. I mean, is this also about like not being idle? In other words, I mean, being entertained, because from what you say is that they can use the Chromebook even inside their cell if they participate in Ignite, even outside of the hours of Ignite. And now okay. I do think that sort of this prison culture is extremely important, and this attention to human dignity might be really driving the effects, and so I think it would be nice also maybe to try to get additional evidence on this. I already talked to Crystal about maybe exploiting the messages to see if there is evidence that inmates mention that they're bored, that they mention that that they would like to do more activities maybe. You haven't talked about this. I mean, they did a lot of work. There's even like there are several figures where they compare their effects to effects in the literature. It had been fixed because the first version there was a little mistake, but then you fixed it. I saw it. So this is the right effect. I mean, and I looked at this effect at this table, and I saw like our study with a teeny tiny effect, I was like, how can that be? I mean, when we wrote the paper, we thought we had an enormous effect. And it turns out that I think that's because like you look at marginal effects, and maybe it would make sense to look at elasticities. Because so the reason is that you're looking at the effect of 1 extra month in jail. Now, in our case, where inmates spend on average 1.5 years in prison, because it's a prison, it's not a jail. You know, 1 extra month of an open cell treatment can only have so much effect. And so if you actually compute the elasticities, then we win. I mean, our elasticity is larger. Because, you know, we go from like 2.2% to 17%, and you go down a little bit, I'm sorry to say. So yeah, I think it's worth thinking of whether the elasticity may make more sense. This is a bit related to also like I mean, my paper or our paper with Steve Stephen that he's presenting tomorrow. So you have these 2 different outcomes, misconduct and recidivism, and there's some heterogeneity that you show where basically it seems that the effects are driven by different samples, I mean, different individuals, like some respond more in terms of misconduct, others in terms of recidivism. I think you could also do a joint analysis of the 2 outcomes, and yeah, 1 minute. And we have sort of the econometric model to sort of show how to do this and how to interpret the results when you look at these, you know, when you interact these dummies and you use the interaction of these dummies as your new outcome. Little last comment, you know, so you look at the balance between individuals who do and who don't get a delay, and you do it conditional on all those fixed effects, the number of charges and so on and so forth. I would like to see it also sort of unconditionally to get a sense, you know, if there is some scope for selection in an unconditional. But you know, great paper, and I really enjoyed it. Thanks.
See, now I think Mica had a question on the Zoom. I don't know how to see that.
No, it was just a comment about it. It wasn't a question.
Oh.
I looked at it.
Okay.
Because of that.
Should I respond briefly?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, thank you so much, Giovanni. That's really helpful. You gave me a lot to think about. We can definitely do more with the delays, you're right, because like you think about the frustration, right? That's like a violation of our exclusion restriction, technically. If you think that exclusion restriction affects the delays are the same pre and post, it works out. Thank you, Giovanni, for actually doing the math. I don't think we have the formal proof, but I like the idea of maybe doing a version of the diff and diff just on the 60% without delays, because I think our diff and diff right now is just on the full sample, and that could be further evidence supporting the interpretation. We can definitely do more, I think, on contextualizing the typical day. Like, I think we have a rough sense that when it says day room open, people are just wandering around talking to people, but we can get a better sense of like what is actually happening in all those hours. And I really like your point about the literature comparison. We were trying to do something in a similar scale, which I agree made your effect look really little. And we even have to assume another additional assumption to do that scaling of like linear effect, right? So when we take like your average one whatever year, we're literally dividing by 12 to get a 1. You might not think it's that. So I like the idea of thinking about maybe a comparison using elasticity or something different, just to put the magnitudes in context. But thank you so much. I'll follow up with you about many of these points.
I had a couple thoughts about at the risk of being more positive than the paper author about the test score impacts and why they might be real.
Okay.
You know, I remember Bob Lalonde saying, telling me many years ago that like the job training literature worked primarily for guys in their early 30s because they're the ones who finally get motivated. And you know, I think if my math is right, that guys are getting like an extra 20 hours of instruction on the software, 2 hours a day.
Yep, that's right.
Right, and one of the key, so they might be motivated, so you could actually look at like utilization of the software. And the second thing that's interesting about the use of the software is that these are guys for whom classroom instruction is not going to do very much good because they're so far behind grade level, but adaptive computer software could potentially be really helpful. So it might be useful to just, maybe this is in the paper, I don't know, but to just say a little bit more about what the software is and how adaptive it is and that sort of stuff. The final quick suggestion I was going to make along those lines is, there are lots of papers that relate test scores to future labor market outcomes. I don't think we have a lot of that with respect to crime as the outcome, but even just for labor market earnings. What do we know about the nonlinear? Is there any nonlinearity in that relationship between test scores and labor market outcomes? Like, if you're at 5th grade in math and you go up to 6th grade, are there some very basic mathematical things that you can do that now make it possible for you to be a plumber or whatever that I don't know, right? But you could believe that there might be some real nonlinearities at the bottom, very low levels of the test score distribution. And then that might also just give you some sense for how important this piece of it is.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Yeah, we sort of, we don't say a ton right now about the adaptive technology, but we should, because that's what really permits the individualization, right? You could not, they have 2 deputies walking around, 1 teacher part of the time. There's no way that they could do that, but the technology, the Chromebook enables it to be specifically to what the person needs. And we were skeptical in thinking it was human capital gains, but who knows, right? If you're starting at such a low baseline, it might not be. And then I really like your idea. We'll look at the literature to see if there's nonlinearities, because maybe going from a 5th to a 6th grade in math could actually be a huge impact in terms of some of the earnings and equipment. Yeah.
I want to ask almost the same question, but in a slightly different way. So you've got definitely one reading. You've got some people who are going up the wrong way. So you've got some, in some sense, if I was in school, you'd say, oh, I've got some star students there. And so are star students coming right from having no skills at all and going up? Or are they ones that are already doing a bit and really moving up a lot? So I think the heterogeneity in the test score improvement could be really interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Which is sort of what Jens is saying, but I actually think given where your starting point would be in the test score distribution, is it the guys right down the bottom who are going up, and then what's the impact on their outcomes? Will be really interesting to look at.
Yeah, that's really interesting. We should do more. I can't remember. I think we did at one point of looking at the deltas instead of just the levels.
That's exactly that. Or just looking at heterogeneity with respect to the initial level.
Yeah, and heterogeneity in terms of the recidivism misconduct as well. It's the people with the gains, the ones that
are. So policy that is really about, if you think about education policy, that's really interesting because if you're taking people who've been entirely let down on the school system or whatever, when they start off, then they go to jail. Can you correct for that in some kind of way? It's really interesting.
Okay, that's a great point. We will try to do that, especially with the heterogeneity. I like that in the baseline levels, right? We unfortunately don't have full test data on every single person. This is a pretty largely representative subsample, but we still have a couple hundred that we might be able to do some, and we'll definitely try to look. That would be really interesting. Yeah.
So it seems like one of the big benefits for the inmates here is they get this Chromebook and they can use this to, for their own devices. And that might help explain the 90% take-up rate on the one hand, but I'm also wondering, was that subject to any sort of participation constraint where did they get to keep the Chromebook provided they showed up at class or they, didn't misbehave? Were there any sort of classroom-like conditions that were imposed on these guys just to keep the Chromebook? Because I'm wondering how much you were about.
Yeah, so there's really interesting incentives built into this program, which I think is why we see nearly universal take-up rates. So if you participate in the 2 hours a week, 5 days a week regularly, you get your tailored education on the Chromebook. Then if you do that, then you get access to a separate tablet, not the Chromebook itself, but a separate tablet, which you get to use in certain specified nighttime hours for entertainment purposes, right? So this is why a lot of people anecdotally told us they wanted to participate, because between the hours of 5 to 7 p.m., if they didn't participate at night, they would have to sit in their cell. But if they participated, they then got this tablet, and then they could actually purchase and watch music and videos using the tablet. So that's the entertainment incentive. And then if you engaged in a lot of misconduct, like serious misconduct, you in theory could be kicked out of the Ignite program. So I think that there are incentives built into the program for why you see high take-up rates, but also maybe incentives to not engage in misconduct. Now, I don't think that directly explains the recidivism outcomes, but it could partially explain why people are less likely to engage in misconduct within the jail. But there is like this extra bonus tablet entertainment time, which people seem to really value, because otherwise they'd be in their cell with nothing to read or look at. Yeah, Ramon.
For the pre-test, the initial test they take, what's their incentive to try on it? Like, I didn't really understand when this was taken, because part of it could be that they actually are gaining a great possible, but other part is that they, like said before, that they're motivated now and they feel confident abilities, but are actually trying on this reading test.
That's right. So they're assessed at baseline, right? Right after, so I shouldn't say baseline, they're assessed right at booking to assess their placement and their tailoring of what they're going to do when they're in the program. You're absolutely right. Like, they could not take it very seriously. So we could interpret the full grade increase in reading and math as you're just trying harder. You're more motivated. That might not be a pure human capital increase, but I actually think another interpretation could be if we thought it was just like you're now motivated and you're going to try hard. That's also a potential mechanism too. Like, people do need to be motivated and try hard to do well and to try to like succeed post-release. So I don't know that's why I think we're a little bit like caveated on whether we think it's pure human capital versus even just a retest effect versus just increased attention and motivation. Yeah.
Exactly. I was just thinking like, if I had just gotten booked in the jail, I think that's it. Tests.
Yeah, we're trying right now to see if we can do some sort of like pre-test and then before release test, maybe in Saginaw County, because we were thinking if we could do it in a setting in which there's not Ignite and have a subset of people take the exam right when they're booked and then right before release, that could be a benchmark of motivation retest effects. And then if we still found some extra effect here, we might be able to attribute that to Ignite.
But just, sorry, one friendly amendment to Roman's comment. On the other hand, if they're telling the people at baseline, we're testing you so we can give you appropriate educational services, then if they're thinking about it, maybe they're so pissed off. But if they think about it, they will realize, like, if I tank this test, they're gonna give me a bunch of boring stuff that's not gonna help me. So just to say, like, who knows, but there is a potential countervailing version of this too.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think we don't know, and I think that's why if we could do this type of retest in another setting without the program, that could set some sort of benchmark for.
Or just an incentive for them to do well in the initial test. I don't know what that would possibly be. I was thinking money would work, but that.
Yeah. Thank you. That's really helpful.
One last question.
So you had, when you showed your main results, you had this large reduction in misconduct from a month of Ignite, a smaller increase from just a month of being in jail.
Right.
It's netted out, it's still a reduction.
Right.
I'm wondering if that increase from just a month in jail, is that estimated off of just the time post Ignite being available in jail, or does that also include the period before Ignite? Because I'm thinking if this has spillover effects on the general, culture environment of jail, you might think, a month in jail, generally speaking, I could totally see an increase in misconduct. Post Ignite, I can see that effect being lessened. So I'm wondering if those estimates that net out those two things, are those conservative? In other words, are they not sort of capturing the beneficial spillover effects of Ignite on sort of general time in the jail, even if you're not participating in the program, if you just happen to be around?
Yeah, I think they could be, because right now the month in jail effects are being estimated primarily off of the pre-Ignite period as the baseline levels. You're saying if that's slightly different.
Like, I wonder if maybe there's an even more optimistic version of the story, which is you're netting out this month of additional Ignite time against a month of additional time being in jail in largely a pre-Ignite world where being in jail can just be a much worse experience potentially if there's this positive spillover.
That's right. Although I think if we really thought that the IV-based estimates of the time in jail are dramatically different, I think that would be a different interpretation potentially for our beta, because we kind of need that for the differencing to get the causal interpretation. But yeah.
Good, time to move on.
Okay,
Thank you very much. And we have Arnaud Philippe talking about criminal networks.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for coming. So I'm going to talk about the effect of cellmates in prison. This is a relatively classical question. The problem is well known. We have like a large share of people going out from jail every year. Like the magnitude is slightly different in Europe and in the US, as you all know here, and a large share of them are recidivating in the next few months or years. I just give you like an order of magnitude that are not like perfectly comparable here because it's just what I found on the internet. And one common fear of the effect of prison is to have like people socializing with other criminals, creating like criminal networks or gaining like human capitals in prison. That's a very like long-term concern. When prison started to be institutionalized in the beginning of the 19th century, prisoners were forbidden to talk together. In France, where this paper is about, prisoners were forbidden to talk until the 70s. So you have this like classical drawing from Surveiller et Punir, Discipline and Punish, whatever, in English, and it's in French, which is a French prison. And as you can see here, like people could not talk to each other. After some strikes and because of some like mental health issues, these types of ban from talking have been removed more or less everywhere across the world. I think in some countries it's still remain. And the idea, that people mostly spend time with other criminals in prison and could discuss with them and could create relation with them, is how those relationships can affect their later recidivism. Just to give you a little bit of a roadmap of what I'm doing here. In this paper, I'm going to focus on the effect of the number of cellmates one meets in prison. So everybody, one individual share his cell with. I have the exact allocation, and I don't want to go too much into data bragging here, but I know more or less everything about like people incarcerated in France between July 2016 and December 2022. And I'm going to measure like the number of people every individual meets in his cell. The main results are that if you meet with more drug dealer, you are more likely to commit drug crime after prison. There is also an effect on property crime, even if the effect is slightly smaller. I also found an effect on the localization of the crime. So basically, if you come from region number 1 and if you meet people from region number 2, you're more likely to commit crime in region number 2 after prison. And the effects are bigger if you share similar characteristics with the person you meet in prison. By similar characteristics, I mean like coming from the same city or having the same age or coming from the same country originally. I'm not, of course, the first one being interested into that question. There is a bunch of paper doing, studying more or less exactly the same type of question. The most famous one is probably the one by Bayer in 2009. One difference is that I'm going to focus on the number of individuals met instead of measuring the exposure to different types of crime. This is permitted by the quality of the data that I have access to. I will also measure the geographical effect that was not in the preceding literature. And more generally, so related to prison condition crime that we discussed just before, and more generally about peer effect on crime. So most of you are somewhere in this literature. Just to give you a little bit of context, because I guess most of you are not familiar with the French system. So we have around like 102 inmates per 100,000 inhabitants, which is quite similar to what we have in the UK, and of course like much smaller than the US. It's around the average in Europe. Prison administration do not control the flows in or out. They could not delay any entry in prison. They decide who is in cell with whom. However, they are strongly constrained in terms of the movements. So they decide if I share my cell with person X, but they do not fully control when I'm going to move from one cell to another, because a lot of this movement are constrained by release and entry, by transfer from one prison to another, but mostly by the activities in prison. So if I start working, I'm going to be moved into a different type of cell because I should be close to the factories and etc. There are a bunch of formal constraints separating like male and female, major and minor, and people who are not yet convicted and people who get their trial. I will mostly focus on short-term facilities, just to give you an order of magnitude. So they are massively overcrowded, around 140%. And their doors are closed at daytime if they are not doing something else, which means that they spend between like 18 and 22 hours per day in their cell, which means that the person they are in cell with is somebody they see more than any of us in this room see their partner or their kids. So it's a very like long exposure and a lot of time spent with an individual. So that I already said, but I have like basically I know where they are at every moment of their incarceration spell. So every day I know in which cell they are. I have a lot of characteristics about them. I won't go into the detail here, but most importantly, I know where they lived before entering in prison. I know what they did before entering in prison. I have an individual ID that allows me to reconstruct their reincarceration. I know a bunch of things about their age, gender, and so on. For the sake of this study, I restrict myself to individuals incarcerated before December 2019 for a maximum of 2 years, which gives me like the last person being released in December 2021 and gives me 1 year to measure recidivism or reincarceration after prison. Sentences are relatively short in France, so that means that by restricting myself to a maximum 2 years, I keep like 90% of the sample. Just to give you a few descriptive stats about my sample, so it's not written here, but my final sample is around like 180,000 individuals. On average, they spend like 212 days in prison, most of it being with at least one other inmates. We have roughly like a quarter of each of the four main categories, so 30% of property crime, 21% of drug crime, 25% of violence, and 23% of other. 17% of them will come back in the next year after release, and once again, more or less like average, but a bit more for property crimes, 6% of property crime, 3% of drug crime, 5% of violence. On average, they meet with 8 different individuals in prison. By meeting, once again, I mean sharing my cell with somebody else. Of course, you meet more people in prison during activities, for example, but this is the number of people they're going to be incarcerated with in the same cell. I forget to mention that most cells are 2 or 3 individuals. We don't have like a prison itself. And unsurprisingly, we find out more or less the same distribution is here. So 2.5 for property crime, 2.5 property criminals, 1.7 drug criminal, 2.2 violent criminal, 1.9 other criminals. In terms of socio-demographic, unsurprisingly, it's a super deprived group. So on average, they are like young or old, depending on your age, but there are 32. We have 96% of male, which is not super surprising. They are mostly French. But that means that there are like 25% of foreigners in French prison, which is way above the proportion of foreigners in the general population, which is around 10%, if I remember correctly. The illiteracy rate is extremely high, around 30%. Among addicts, I also count smokers. So if you remove smokers and only take like alcohol addiction or drug addiction, you're around like 30%, which is enormous, and around like 20% spend some time in a psychiatric hospital. Okay, so what am I doing with this sample? The main goal of the paper is to measure if the number of cellmates of a certain type K affects one's probability to be reincarcerated for this crime. Type K. I have 2 main dimensions: the type of crime, distributed among like 4 main groups: property, drug, violence, and other. And I have 12 different regions, and I have like geographical places where they come from, and I speak into the 12 main regions in France. What I want to test is if there is a crime effect, which is if I meet more cellmates of type C, I'm more likely to commit a crime type C, and there is no effect of other types of cellmates in my likelihood of committing crime C. And I expect the effect to be bigger for drug crime and property crime, which are the 2 types of crime for which I expect to see some form of network effect or some form of skill effect. You don't need a lot of skills or a lot of network to commit a violence. Same thing for geographical effect. If I meet with more individual from region R, I expect crime to increase in region R, and I expect a similar effect for other region. And closeness effect, I expect the effect to be bigger if criminals are closer to each other in terms of socio-demographic characteristics. So the baseline model is extremely simple. Basically, I measure like the reincarceration for an individual I incarcerating in prison P at time T, the reincarceration rate for a crime C, and I have like different number of cellmates for the different type of categories I am interested in. So for a crime type, for example, I have four criminal category. So I measure the effect of the reincarceration for a property crime, and I measure the effect of the number of cellmates convicted for property crime, drug crime, violence, or other. I need to control for a bunch of things, and those are like important controls. I obviously control for incarceration length fixed effect, so I like 720 dummies, because obviously like the longer you spend in prison, the more cellmates you can meet, and the more likely you are to receive it, or less likely, but at least there is a direct link here. I also measure crime fixed effect just to get rid of the eventuality that individuals are clustered based on their crime. I control for the main characteristics that are mandatory in terms of repetition, gender, age, and if people are already convicted or not. And I eventually control for all the other socio-demographic characteristics.
We had a question from Mica. Region R is the last residence of
Yeah.
the individual. You had region R in your last slide. Not one before, region R.
Or yeah, it's the region of the last, the region where the person lived before entering in prison.
Great. Can I ask another question? Do you hear me?
I think she's happy.
Okay. Just to give you like a sense of what I try to push in terms of identification. So in the general case, I'm comparing like inmates A and B who have different number of cellmates and cellmates of different types. So here A has 2 orange cellmates and B has 1 orange and 2 blues. That's the general case. There are variation in the number of individuals I met, and there are variation in terms of like the type of person I meet in prison. I can fix different type of things. First thing, I can control for the number of cellmates I'm going to meet in prison. Okay, in that case, I get rid of like the problem of imagining that people are more or less likely to be transferred depending on their behavior in prison or depending on what they ask for in prison. If I control for the number of cellmates, for number of cellmates fixed effects, I'm going to only measure like a relative effect. So I will have like a reference category, which is going to be others. And I'm going to measure like the effect of having like one property criminal instead of other criminal. I can also control for the exposure time. So here A and B have the same exposure to orange crime and to blue crime. They will both spend like half of their spell with an orange or with with blue guys, but they don't have like the same number of guy in each category. Or I can do both, and in the last case, A and B have the same number of cellmates, 3 in each case. They have the same exposure, half of the spell with an orange guy, half with a blue guy, but it's not like the same distribution. Okay, so let's start with the crime effect. So this is the main way I will present results here. So here you have like 4 different regressions and 4 main explanatory variables. So 1 regression with property crime as an outcome, 1 regression with drug crime as an outcome, etc. And you have 4 types of peers or 4 types of cellmates, property, drug, violence, and other. Here it's kind of a balancing check. So instead of running like a lot of balancing checks, I just create like a predicted reincarceration for those types of crime based on all the covariates that I observe, and I measure how this is correlated with the people I met in prison. And this is the real distribution. So there are like 2 main things that are visible here. The more property criminal I meet in prison, the more likely I am to commit a property crime after prison. The more drug criminal I meet in prison, the more likely I am to commit a drug crime after prison. There are 2 small effects here for violence on violence and violence and property crime. Both are destroyed by adding controls, but that could be also related to the fact that some crimes are both like a property crime and a violent crime, and there are some problem classification here in my data. And then I can add like control for characteristics of the tree, control for, so you don't see it, but control for the number of peer I have in total in prison, control for the exposure to different types of crime, and control for both at the same time. And as you can see here, those two main effects survive even after having a lot of control. So then I can do like a bunch of robustness checks and other strategies. I won't go into the detail of all those strategies, but basically what I did, well, first I used like either ideal duration model. Why did I use duration model? Just because it's competitive risk. So if you are reincarcerated for a drug crime, you are less likely to be reincarcerated for a property crime. So it's interesting to have like a competitive risk analysis. The idea here is to only use variation in the number of person I meet in prison that are due to the fact that my peers or my cellmates are transferred because they ask for a certain activity. So in that case, I could arguably say that it's not related to my own behavior, my own likely behavior after prison. I can use different time windows. I can add some other categories. I can run commutation, like attributing you to other cellmates, to other individuals who move at the same time, but who are not your real peer. Two things that are interesting. First, the effects are super linear. So having like one additional, having one drug dealer has an effect that is half of having two drug dealers and is a third of the effect of having three drug dealers or meeting with three drug dealers in prison. I can also control, well, I can also attest for the level of control of the administration. So by mainly measuring like if the effect is similar when overcrowding rates are extremely high, and it doesn't change anything. And I don't remember what I put here, and I can't see it, but I'm sure it's good. Let's move to geographical effects. So here the figure is slightly more complicated because you have 12 different outcomes and 12 different types of peer. And actually, you do not only have 12 different types of peers, you have 13 different types of peer, because I distinguish between like peers who are coming from region 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 12, but also peers who are coming from home. That's the H here. So what I'm doing is basically like you have one region, and the subdivision of a region in France is called département. And I put in home peers, people who are coming from the département where you come from, or from the department where you have been incarcerated. And I'm not very much interested into them. I'm interested into the effect of meeting with somebody from another region on the probability to come to crime in this other region. This is the distribution of the effects. As you can see in, I think it's 9 out of 12 regression. The only significant coefficient and the biggest coefficient is for individuals coming from that region. So like the probability to commit a crime in region 12 is only affected by people coming from region 12, same for region 11, etc., etc. And then I can do both, like adding like the geographical effect and the crime type effect. So I did not run like a 48 regression because like even if my sample is relatively big, I don't have enough power to do that. So I only like distinguish between like crime committed at home and crime committed outside home. And then you have like 8 different outcomes and 8 different types of peers. So you can commit like a property crime at home, so in your department where you come from, or outside home, and I measure the effect of the number of property criminals that I met for coming from home or coming from home. The idea here is that I expect the red line to be more significant than the rest. In orange, you have like same crime, but other places. As you can see here, it works relatively well. So here the two effects are similar, but your probability to commit a property crime outside home is only affected by property criminals outside home. Your probability to commit a drug crime at home is only affected by the number of drug criminals who come from home. And for non-home, it's not significant, but the point estimate is much bigger. So then I can measure like if those effects, and especially the first one, varies depending on the proximity between peers. So there are 3 different dimensions of heterogeneity here. The first is based on my own characteristics. So some individuals might be more influential than others. Heterogeneity could also come along the difference in cell characteristics. Some people might be more maybe leaders, might be more influential. And the last dimension of heterogeneity is joint characteristics. So if people have similar characteristics. So I won't go into the detail of the first two. Nothing is very surprising here. It's more easy to influence young offenders than old offenders. People who are recidivists or people who are in jail for this at least the second time have more influence than other and so. But the joint characteristic is more interesting because it could help determining the optimal allocation in jail. So I only ran like 4 different types, well, slightly more, but I have 4 main dimensions of heterogeneity here. The first one is distinguishing between like people who come from the same city as mine or people coming from another city. And as you can see, like the effect is for drug crime. So here it's always, the outcome is always drug crime. Okay, and the effect is much bigger when for cellmates who are coming from the same city as me. Which makes sense because if I want to build like a network, I need a network where I come from or where I'm likely to commit a crime, even if the effect is still like significant here for individuals who are not coming from my own town. The effect is also bigger for people like having the same origin. By origin here, I mean like nationality, grouped into big category like France, other European countries, North Africa, Asia, America, Oceania. The effect is bigger for individuals who are about the same age in comparison to individuals who are younger or peers who are younger or peers who are older. And here the idea is to measure like if there is a reinforcement effect, basically like the people like who are already like a drug dealer being more affected by meeting with more drug dealer. And here we see that the effect, this is not what drives the effect. And there is also an effect of meeting drug dealers when you are not yourself originally a drug dealer. I want to finish on that. The idea here is that those results might be problematic because we might have like misaligned incentives here. For the society as a whole, the allocation in prison should minimize recidivism or should minimize crime after prison. However, this is not what the penitentiary, or likely not what the penitentiary administration is trying to maximize. For the penitentiary administration, the allocation should minimize problems in prison and fights among prisoners. And if you want to minimize crime after prison, you may want to avoid prisoners creating ties in prison. But if you want to avoid them killing themselves or fighting together, you want to have people who could eventually, live relatively well together while in jail. And here I measure like the effects of having a time with somebody else that finished because of a conflict or because one of the 2 persons asked for being transferred somewhere else or because one of the 2 persons has been sanctioned by the penitentiary administration. And as you can see here, or all of them together, people coming from the same city are less likely to fight together, or less likely to ask for being transferred. They're slightly more likely to be punished by the prison, but still in total, the number of trouble is reduced. This is not true for the same age. So in that case, like the 2 incentives are going in the same direction, but that's also like problematic for people having the same origin. That's all for me. Just to summarize, I find that the number of cellmates you meet in prison affect like the place and the type of reincarceration after prison. The effects mostly come from drug crime, but also a little bit from property crime, and the effect is bigger when people share the same characteristics. This points toward a network effect because the effect is bigger for drug crime than for property crime, but also because the effect is very much related to the distance in own tone between people. And if it was like just like a skill transfer, I would benefit from anybody. But if it's a network effect, I only benefit from people coming from a place where I would eventually do a crime. I did not mention like all the story relates to the trial. We can discuss this if you want, but this is not very consistent with what I mentioned before. In terms of policy, it's a bit difficult for me to find like a good policy recommendation based on that. Apart from saying that the state cells should be as stable as possible, but I know from my discussion with the penitentiary administration that it's extremely difficult to do in practice. Individual incarceration might limit that problem, but it's obviously extremely costly to enforce. So that's a bit hard to find like a good policy recommendation here. But if you have suggestions, I'm happy to do it. That's all for me. Thank you.
Magdalena to discuss it.
Well, thank you, Arnaud, for your presentation. I do have some set of comments that some of them might overlap with what some of the analysis that you mentioned, because I think that I might have gotten an older version or something, but it's good that we're on the same page on how to move forward. So in terms of kind of seeing what were kind of the strong papers that I saw in the paper is that we're revisiting, I would say, because there are plenty of literature on this matter, what's an important topic of peer effects on prisons. Doing so using detailed, high-quality data that I'm sure took you a lot of time to get to work and that you're very familiar with. But we're focusing on the number or different types of cellmates. In terms of the points to highlight, well, the draft is very well written, listen to follow, the analysis is quite careful. And more importantly, it kind of raises this point for policy making that you also did during your presentation, that is kind of seeing prisons as some sorts of schools for crime, but also trying what is optimal prisoner allocation. And I think that's something that, in terms of the debate, it's still something to figure out. I do have, let's say, 3 different sets of comments that I would like to go through or maybe raise, and we can all go through them. First is something that I was calling it some sort of off-diagonal results, but it's something that you showed now that I was kind of curious to see, right? So the paper mostly focuses on the effect of having one additional cellmate of an X type, let's say, conviction on reincarceration for that same type, right? What happens if I'm affected by a drug cellmate on drug reincarceration? And some specifications do control for the characteristics of the focal individual itself, including its crime type, right? If I'm also crime, let's say, property or drug. But my question, and I think this is kind of a new thing you did, but would it be more interesting to compare rather than control for the crime types? And this is something that I think that you kind of did now in the presentation, but trying to see what's the difference between having an additional cellmate of X type, if the focal individual was also incarcerated for X type, so let's say XX match, if we want to call it somehow, to having an additional cellmate of X type if I am Z, right? And I think that when you were showing this for regions, it's something that you were working on, but I'm curious to see what's the difference of this and trying to see how this could be different and where do you expect, let's say, bigger effects? Is it that if we're XX, we specialize and this creates, let's say, more synergies and knowledge and specialization, let's say, in either of these things? Or is it that I'm branching out and different type of knowledge is the one that I'm, let's say, benefiting from? So this is one of the questions that I was wondering. I'm not sure if the label of diagonal makes sense, but it's kind of what I'm trying to figure out what is more powerful here. And even wonder, are there differences? And if there are not, why could this be the case? So this was something that while I was reading and understanding the analysis, it was something that I'm quite interested in. And then I was saying here that I would have a similar logic for geographical results, but now in your presentation, it was quite clear with the difference with home. So I think this is kind of summarizing this difference of what is the exposure to certain type of, let's say, cellmate more influential and why could it be? So I think that in that draft, these exercises were presented in one of your many appendix and they were done very rigorously and carefully, but I think it would be more interesting to have them, let's say, at the or as a main type of result and wonder whether the paper should focus more on kind of this differences. This is kind of the analysis that you have here, and you see kind of what is reincarceration for each of these different types. I think that I would exploit more kind of this type of analysis to understand the differences. So this is kind of the first comment, and we might agree or disagree if this is a more interesting part of the analysis, but personally, it was something that I was curious about. So this is kind of one of the first sets of comments, and I would say The second one, and that you lightly touched upon in the presentation as well, is why these two types of crime, right? So you convincingly argue that only cellmates with drug-related or property crime convictions have an effect on future reincarcerations for those specific types. And I actually, well, you also explained a bit during your presentation, why could this be? But I think in terms of the draft, it would be more interesting to have this. Why would this be the case, right? So you briefly argue that increasing these criminal connections foster criminals' opportunities in domains where such connections are relevant, right? Do I know how to steal? Do I know how to smuggle? And these kinds of things. What's the role of having more information on the cost of benefits of adding these things? Does this support, let's say, some sort of criminogenic behavior or gains of criminal human capital? This is something that it's really hard to test, I would say, and you can truly, I'm not sure that you really can, but actually extending this discussion, linking it a bit more with the existing literature, that you even have papers, like previous papers that focus on this. I think adding some richness into that analysis of, is this in line with what we expect and how, and with the, let's say, literature, why this is the case. Actually, in terms of literature, why would you expect different results for XX or XZ, and in what direction? Might give us, let's say, a bit more framework into the results that you're, let's say, that you have, and stating how, previous studies could have found similar analysis. So this is, let's say, going a bit not into the econometrics analysis, but adding richness and arguing for the findings. And I think kind of the last point that you also made was in terms of policy relevance, right? So your paper has a very interesting point on this misaligned incentives that you also mentioned during your presentation, right? There is an objective of minimizing recidivism after prison that clashes with minimizing conflict. And you advocate in the paper and in the presentation as well for this single cells, but you also said it yourself, how feasible is this in the, let's say, French setting or many others, particularly when we just seen that overcrowding is of 140%, right? So, and the question is, it's very likely that the answer to this question is no, it's not a feasible policy. You also said it, but how can your results help somehow design a second best yet feasible type of policy with what we have? This is also, let's say, something that is hard to answer, but I'm wondering if we can take your findings of your analysis outside of a paper and think of this, let's say, for tangible policy making. And that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I don't have a lot to answer. I totally agree with all the points. Part of them comes from the fact that I tried to write a short paper. So that, but I end up having like 20 pages of appendix material, so that may not be like a good strategy. Yeah, I agree. I try to like start from a general perspective, because like, as you say, like part of the literature already mentioned like those reinforcement effect, and that's partly like an econometric constraint in their identification strategy. So that's why I started with like either like a general effect, but as you say, I see like by crime type, and I find that the effect is more or less all across the board. So like every individual, even those who are not like drug dealers, are affected by meeting with drug dealers, and that's not only a reinforcement mechanism. And yeah, I think the effect could only, well, it's mainly coming from the heterogeneity analysis, but I think the effect is only consistent with like a network effect and not with criminal human capital. Also because like we are almost all economists here, and people like human capital story and economy, etc. But the human capital that you need for most of those crimes is very limited, but the network needed is relatively high. But also, like in terms of the heterogeneity, it's not like super consistent. Like why would you benefit more from a person who is about the same age? Why would you benefit more from a person who's coming from the same town as you? This is consistent with a network story, not that much with a human capital story. In terms of like policy recommendation, I fully agree. It's probably not political. I also mentioned that because according to the French law, people should be alone in cell. This is of course not enforced because they can't, but in theory, the parliament voted it like 10 years ago, and they are not like enforcing it. So that's a bit like a push in that direction. But another policy recommendation could be like probably like a drug dealer, you want to isolate them a little bit or avoid like making them like meet with like a lot of other people, because they seem to be like the most the people who have the highest influence on others. That could be like a feasible strategy, but yeah, I don't have like great policy recommendations so far.
Good questions.
Question about one of your recommendations, keeping cells stable, right? But do you worry that, for example, continued contact with someone concern? Like, is it a matter of how many people you meet or how long you meet them? Do you have
So I'm not at all worried about that, because I tested that. It's not in the presentation, but I tested for the effect of like peers you share like a week with, or 2 weeks, or a month, or 2 months. It doesn't change anything. And my interpretation of that is 18 to 22 hours a day with somebody. Like even a week, you know there's like you spend like an enormous amount of time with that person. So even like a week, if it has to be your friends, it's enough to realize that. So yeah, I didn't find anything going in the direction of like bigger effect for longer exposure to one individual. So that's why I claim that eventually like having like stable.
If I make very quickly, like I know it's a rough bunch now that you were going to meet in prison, but I suspect there are some people who might be repentant of their crime, and would there be some positive effects of that on reducing the incidence of this?
So positive I haven't found, but it's in some of the heterogeneous analysis that I conducted. For example, people who are older, people who are father or mother, but it's mainly male, people who will later benefit from an early release have no influence on their or limited or no influence on their others, which is first unsurprising, and second also means that judges are pretty good at identifying who are like the good guys, because those who will later benefit from an early release are also like less influential. But it's not a decreasing effect; it's just like a nil effect, as far as I can.
Do you find anything with your data which show that, for example, drug offenders will continue to deal drugs whilst incarcerated, and therefore that will possibly skew the results in any way? Or is there no way to tell that from the data?
I haven't checked, but I have like well, I have all the crime. It's not called crime, but all the problem that goes in prison, so I can measure if.
Just interested if obviously the property crime is hard to commit in prison, or if violent crime again more.
Well, I can definitely measure like violence, and well, basically I have like violence against other cellmates, violence against like guards, drug dealing, or having like some other property that you are not supposed to have in prison, like I don't know, USB stick or things like that. So I can definitely measure if the effect somehow starts in prison when you are exposed to somebody. Yeah, good. Thanks for that.
There you go.
You found how to interpret the estimates, so you throw in the number of inmates for all other crimes in the same regression. So should I interpret it as the relative number of people convicted for drugs conditional having the same number of people with the burden? And then is that the reason why is that the quantity of interest, not simply the unconditional number?
Okay, I think that's related to my very quick comments on using duration model with competitive risk. So one, you could think that if I become more likely to commit a drug crime, I also become less likely to commit other crimes. And that's not what I find when I use like competitive risk. So basically when I treat like the reincarceration for one crime type as a right inside truncature of the other types of risks. So in that case, it's a pure like increase in the probability of committing that type of crime without affecting the other types of crime. So it's not like a switch from like one activity to another, but maybe I missed your point.
I mean, if you would introduce on, instead of having like 5 alpha M's on your right hand side, you have 5 prime types, you would do them separately. It would be easier for me to interpret the estimates, because otherwise it's conditional on having the same number of encounters with someone With the different type of crime.
Well, basically, I'm comparing like two individuals who have like the same number of, let's say, violent property other, and one of them having like one additional factor. Yeah, that's what I'm doing in the main.
I don't understand why that's better than the number of people that I need to track types of condition or the number of people who I met.
I think I also do that when I control for the number of people I met in prison. But what I'm interested in is like the effect of having like kind of like a constant reshuffle in prison. So I want to have like the pure effect of meeting with one additional guy, conditional like the other people that I could meet in prison. But I can do separately. I never try.
Thank you. This is something that I think it would go along with something you might just be stating, but I was wondering if you're seeing prisons as like a school of crime as a way to share human capital, maybe also share more sophisticated techniques, even if there's any possibility that reoffenders might go out and a certain crime type and they learn sophisticated enough techniques that they just would evade arrest and essentially they would be reincarcerated even though they are committing.
Sorry, you mean that there are two ways? You mean if they could become like more knowledgeable and less likely to be caught, that's like a downward
yeah, exactly.
effect on my
they would be benefiting some.
Yeah, that might be the case, but once again, I mean this would be like all across the board in terms of heterogeneity among individuals. So I would expect to see this effect even for like older or younger offenders or older or younger peers and etc. Also, I tried something that is going a little bit in that idea of like skill and etc. I can't really measure like how skill intensive a crime is, but I can measure like how severe a crime is. And if you say that like basically for drug crime, the more you get, the more severe the crime is. Somehow, if you take that as a proxy for how sophisticated your crime is, and I found no effect. If I distinguish between like crime that are like severely punished, and that could be considered as more like elaborated. That's a bad proxy, but yeah.
So maybe you did it and I missed it, but like, so I wonder whether you can also look at some direct evidence of co-offending by looking at whether they co-offend with the guy that is in cell more than with people they may have interacted with in prison, but not in their cell. This compared. And just by the time of arrest.
Yeah, I have the data. So this I haven't done. I could do that, but that's a bit. I mean, lots of assumption because like it's just like being reincarcerated more or less at the same time. So I haven't done that. In theory, back in old time, 6 months ago, I did something like linking like linking the individuals with their criminal records and measuring if they are reconvicted instead of being reincarcerated. And if in reconviction data, you can measure like individuals who are convicted the same day in the same place and etc. and consider this as co-offending. Unfortunately, I realized after a while that it's forbidden to link the stored data with anything according to the French law. So I dropped this graph from the presentation and I can't go further along that line. But yeah, I can try to measure if they are coming back at the same rates. But that's going to be like necessarily like a relatively, well, I'm not sure I'm going to have enough power, but yeah, that's good. I can try.
Yeah. Maybe I missed it, but can you measure gang membership or any other organized crime group membership? Because of course they often recruit in prisons or somewhat approximate.
No, I can't. Well, there is no such thing as gang if you take it like in the pure form, like a territorial organization with like a strong culture and etc. Like it's not something that is like discussed or documented by anthropologists or sociologists in France. Still, you have like you have criminal groups, and these have no information. So I don't know if they belong to a bigger or like criminal organization, and I don't have like questions about like gang membership, unfortunately.
Maybe we just leave it here, if that's okay, because then we have 2 extra minutes. We come back in 20 minutes because we have to later on rush for dinner. So let's call it a day here. Thank you very much. So I think almost everybody's back, and I have the pleasure to also chair this session. Steve needs to run. So we have Mica. I can never pronounce your last name properly.
Sviatschi, no worries, no worries. It's very difficult. You can say it.
Online, because she needs to be in the US. I think everybody can hear in the back. Does it work? Good, perfect. So usual rule, 25 minutes. I think in this case, no questions in between. And then, you know, we have discussions and so on. Mica, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Tom, and thank you so much, organizer, for selecting the paper and also accommodating to do it online. I know that it's not ideal, but due to personal reason, I have to be here. But I'm very excited to present anyway this paper, and feel free to interrupt me. I think I can hear the questions, or if not, we can wait. This is actually very new work that I'm working with Eleno Castro, Felipe Coy, and Carlos Mitadilla, which are here also in online. So let me start this paper.
Mica, can I stop you there? Can you move your camera a little bit up? Because we mainly see your nose.
There?
Yeah, a bit higher. So that's good. Perfect.
That's perfect. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, there, you can see. Okay. So just to start, to motivate this project, how we started is that, as you may know, criminal organizations have a lot of territorial control, and in those places, in those contexts, criminal life can start very early. In the case of El Salvador, the average age of entry is 15, but actually kids sometimes start even much earlier, like 7 years old. Also in Peru, I have seen how kids start in the narcotraffic industry in their early teens. So this can be very early. And even in the US, which is super developed, over a third of gang members were under 18 in 2011. And in this context, it's very important why they join early. And this is mainly because these criminal organizations often recruit and they use coercive methods, as in the case of El Salvador most of the time. And this can have negative effects in human capital accumulation, as we have seen in other contexts. So the key with this recruitment is that actually it feeds this criminal cycle and renew it, and it can stop any effort that you can do to try to stop organized crime, and this can perpetuate the harm. So we started thinking about this question, seeing all this context that kids are the main labor force. So we were thinking, how can we prevent the expansion of criminal organizations? And when we look at traditional approach to reduce crime, these ones may have a lot of limitations in the context of organized crime and even in other contexts, no? Because we have evidence that, for instance, incarceration and intensive policing measures can backfire, as I think Ben will talk after me. And it can also potentially penalize, victims. And it may not have, long-term results, as we just saw with the previous paper, where criminal capital can be built in these prisons. So imagine if you put, criminal organization, members of criminal organizations. And at the same time, there are some preventive approaches that have been super successful, like CBT or economic assistance. But when we think about them in the context of criminal organizations where you have this continuous exposure and coercion, this may not work. So on this, we started thinking about other potential policies, and exactly there is some previous work that has suggested that reducing recruitment can cause, a negative long-term impact on these criminal organizations. But even though, and I try to do a bit of this in another paper where I see where child labor is reduced in drug trafficking organizations, what happened in the long term with coca production and cocaine, and we see some evidence, there is not that much evidence about how can we, reduce recruitment, and if reducing recruitment has any effect on long-term criminal involvement, and how this affects also, the business of these criminal organizations. In the case of today, it will be extortion. So we found a very nice natural experiment. Of course, this will not be an RCT, but there was this very interesting program in El Salvador in 2015, which increased patrolling, preventive patrolling, and this is very important, around schools in the hours of entry and exit of kids in areas, of course, in schools that have high intensity crime. And the main idea was to reduce exposure of students to gangs. And this was mainly because gangs were recruiting a lot when the kids were entering and exiting school. I will provide a bit more of this when we talk about in the background. And what we're going to do is basically to compare these schools that were selected into this patrolling program that was selected basically based on an index of crime, as I said. And we are going to compare it with some schools that were pre-selected, but they were not, they did not receive the program due to a change in code. So we will have the typical diff in diff, we will do the synthetic, and we will compare, treated schools with this control, which are the schools that were supposed to be treated, but they couldn't. And we are also going to explore these ages of recruitment that I was just mentioning before, that there are some ages that they start very early. It's not that they start recruiting when you are 17 or 18. And on the top of this, I think this paper is very nice because we were able to have access to very novel data, which is, well, not only geocoded individual data on dropout, where we can follow individuals across schools. So we can see whether you are no longer in this school, but also we can see if you move to another school. But what I think the nice thing of this data is that we have a measure of gang recruitment, which is from intelligence of the police that is mainly from informants that they have in the field, that they can see when a kid is recruited or starting to be part of these gangs. Of course, there will be some measurement error, but this is independently from this police patrolling where we do the intervention, where we evaluate it. We also have juvenile detention records, which are these kids that are in juvenile centers between the ages of 14 to 17. This is administrative data, and also we have it, we can link to the places where this patrolling happened. And of course, we have individual records of adults that are in jails, and we also have the geocoded residents of last residents. And we are also going to combine this with police complaints and also a registry of business to try to see how these have some effects in the long run in terms of extortion and how now there are more businesses that tend to be registered. So what do we find? As a preview, we find actually that the intervention is very successful in reduced dropout. And in particular, we see a larger reduction in dropout in these key ages where kids tend to be recruited by gangs. And as a result, we also observe that in our measures of gang recruitment and captures of juveniles decline, and we don't see any effects for older cohorts. And in the long run, and again, long run here is when they are young adults, when they are 18, 19, we see that these affected children that were in these schools that were patrolled, they are less likely to be involved in gang-related crimes as young adults. And then we see, because we are going to study dynamic effects, I will show you some evidence that this gang business of extortion seems to be affected by this increase in their cost of labor, since that now you reduce their ability to recruit children. Is there any question? Okay, no questions. Okay, how we see this paper? As I was saying in introduction, basically, we think that it contributes to two main literatures. One is on the crime reduction policies and program. We believe that there is not that much that we know about how to reduce the presence of criminal organizations. And here, what we are proposing is disrupting recruitment channels, which we think that can be very innovative because this can break this criminal cycle and potentially have some effect also on the activities of these criminal organizations. And at the same time, we think that we contribute about this data look at the use of police force. Here we are providing evidence that police force can be employed as a preventive measure in strategic locations and times, and this can reduce crime without contributing to a rise of police violence. We will show you that we don't see that much of a rise in police violence, because when we were evaluating this program, of course, by seeing the previous literature, we were worried, okay, they are putting police in these key hours, and maybe now you start seeing more potential, kids affected by this, by the police, but we don't see that that's the case. Okay, so just to give you some context about the influence of gangs in El Salvador, and all what I will mention is up to 2022, which in 2015, basically El Salvador have the highest homicide rate in the world. It was 100 murders per 100,000 population. This is a lot. And this was mainly attributed to these gangs, which were two, MS-13 and Barrio 18, which had about 60,000 members and were supporting about 8% of the country population. And something that was very typical about these gangs, as I said, is that they use a lot of recruitment. We see that the average age of entry is 15 years old, and as I said before, but still kids can start earlier. And something very particular of this context where gangs have territorial control is that schools are a primary ground for recruitment. In many cases, in the period that we are studying is very coercive strategies that the gangs were using to basically recruit children, like involving death threats and other violent methods. And just for you to have an idea, before the program, there were 200 students killed while they were commuting to school. And again, now you may be thinking, how is that gangs were not recruiting, in public spaces? But just to give you an idea of the context, this is the context where gangs have a lot of territorial control and they restrict mobility of people. So it's not that kids are, in public spaces like park, hanging out, and they can be recruited there. So in general, parents try to avoid that. So a lot of the time that they are out is when they are going to school and out. And again, as I said, here, like even though when these gangs just arrived to the country, because they come, I will explain a bit more, but they came from the US, it was not that coercive. Then over the years, the methods that they started using to recruit kids were more coercive. And there were a lot of articles that we found that a lot of homicides were, that gangs were doing were to punish students that refused to join. So again, this is what I was telling you to provide you some context. These gangs did not emerge actually from the context of El Salvador. They came from the US. There were these gang leaders that actually grew up in the US, but were deported in 1996. And when they arrived, they have a lot of control of the neighborhoods. And how they get control is basically by recruiting children. I have actually a previous paper where I show that if you were a kid that you were younger than 15, when these gangs from the US leaders arrived, you were much more likely to be incarcerated for gang-related crimes when you were out. But this is just to show you how this thing of ages is very important, and after it seems that they are not recruited. And the main reason for this is that they cannot be legally prosecuted, and also the gangs know that kids that are young, they are easily malleable. So this was a big issue in El Salvador. So what they could do about it. So in 2015, basically, they were the Ministry of Justice and Public Security, along with the UN, basically they created a preventive-oriented intervention to make schools safe, basically. So a committee, yes, Martin, do you? Okay,
All
no,
good.
no way. No?
All good.
All good, okay. So basically, how did they started this program? They put an expert committee together, and they, based on this crime index, and also the committee's own criteria, so it's not that it is like very, like to be able to do any RD here, but they choose these 355 schools to be included in the program. So, and the idea was that in initial phase, that we have this, the higher, with the highest crime, these 128 that were in 11 municipalities, and then they would have the rest of the schools. However, what happened is that it was never implemented in these other schools, because by 2018 there were elections, municipal elections, so they were planning a change in government, so the program did not expand it, but continue in this set of schools. So you have to think about this run like if it was lasting like about 4 years. And again, the index priors, as I said, this was not randomized. Basically, they use, they have a lot of information, like for instance, if in the school or surroundings there was gangs present, robberies, drugs, if there was use of gangs. Also, and here just to have an idea, these schools were a bit more in urban areas, but the dropout rate, as you can see, is very similar, and in the end of the representation index, which was the crime index that comprised these variables that I just told you, was very similar. Okay, so what was the program about? The program had 2 components. The main one was this patrolling in the school surroundings at times of entry and exit to prevent students basically to be exposed to these gang members. And at the same time, since it was preventive patrolling, they had talks at school to basically explain what was the program about, and also to kind of strengthen the relationship with the kids. And they also have some talk about what it was to, to join gangs, but most of the talks based on our qualitative interviews with the treated schools were about this program, about what was about and what was the police doing in the entry and exit. And they assigned more or less 2 to 3 police officers to patrol, the school perimeter in these peak hours, entrance and exits, when basically the students were more likely to be harassed by gangs. So what do we learn from our interviews? Because we wanted to know a bit more about whether which type of police officers they assigned. We didn't have this data. And what we learned is that in general, what they assigned was, they did not assign, for instance, the police officers that then when were used to do the crackdown that happened 2 years ago, were mainly police officers that have, like, that were suitable with this preventive spirit, more highly educated, with no violence experience or in the records of use of violence. And again, these police officers were not new, so they were part of the existing police officers patrolling in these areas. So we will not have any change on police officers or resources, just a redistribution that now, instead of using these police for general patrolling, now you assign them in these hours of the school to the school. And this is some pictures from the program. Basically, this is in the exit. This is what the police was doing, just like telling like where to go. This is a picture about when they were doing these talks. This is just to give you some idea about how the program was doing. We can see that patrolling was much lighter in the entry, in the times of entry to school, basically before the school entry and during school entry and in exit. Now, the data we use, as I said, is all administrative records. For education, we have administrative records from the Ministry of Education. These are yearly administrative records of students that are involved in all schools in El Salvador. So as I said before, we're able to see whether students drop out of the education system in all schools, And then we also have information from the policing program from the National Civilian Police, which has, this geocoded where they went or not, and that's how we see more or less the first stage, what would be. The most interesting data is actually in this slide, which is basically, we have also information about all new gang recruits from the Police Intelligence Director, and this includes the residence address. And this is very interesting because it's independent of the other police, of the police patrolling. It's independent from this local level police, which was in charge of the program. And they also use these informants to detect new recruits. And then we also have data from the General Director of Prison, which is another separate administrative data, which is newly incarcerated individuals. And we have also their residence information. We know whether they were affiliated with gangs due to their tattoos, the year of birth, and the type of crime they commit. To check juvenile detentions, we have also the universe of all kids that were detained. And this is managed again by a different administrative unit, which is the Children and Youth Institute. And finally, we have also extortion complaints at the municipality level. The identification strategy will be a typical diff-in-diff. We will also do the synthetic diff-in-diff, which basically performs equally well when there are like no pre-trends with the diff-in-diff, but we are going to present you both results. So just to show you the first one, let's go and see drop. So what we see, so the crime started in 2015, and we see that by the end of the year, we see a big decline in dropouts, which is very persistent over time, as you can see here. It persists even when the program is almost over by 2019. Now, we wanted to understand, are we seeing this decline of dropout coming from those ages that we know that gangs are recruited? So we do this by different grades, and we actually see again this inverted U shape, which basically we see that in these grades are more likely, to find a larger decrease in dropout for those kids that are 12 to 16 years old. And this coincides again with the ages that individuals are more likely to be engaging in gangs. This is in table form just for you to have an idea about the magnitudes. The magnitudes are pretty large. For instance, for the key ages, it's about a 50% decline in dropouts. And I can show you also dynamic effects by age. And you will see that for the young kids, not that much. There is something, but it's not that precise. But when we look at the key ages, you start seeing like a very clear decline and almost no change in the control group. And here for the olders, nothing. Now, is this evidence that now they are dropping out less and we are seeing short-term decline in juvenile crime involvement? So this is what we look is at this data on new recruits in the schools and also the teen detentions. And the first thing that we see is that there is a big decline in the probability of detecting a new gang member in these schools. As you can see, it's very large effects, and also the municipality level that we have the teen detentions, we also observe that there are less number of juvenile detentions due to gang-related crimes, and there is nothing happening with non-gang related. And again, the dynamic of these effects are very clear. You start seeing a decline in recruitment after 2015. The same with juvenile detentions, gang-related. You see a decline, and nothing happened that much in the control schools. Now, okay, so we see this decline. So what happened in the long term is, are these kids now not being, are less likely also when they are a bit older to be involved in these gangs? And actually, we see that this decline. And this is very interesting because we have this data on incarceration records in 2018, so we can see it by cohorts and try to see which are the ones that are more likely to be affected. And as you can see, well, if you were 15, 16, by the time that the program was at your school compared to the control group, which are the same age, you see that there is a decline in the probability of being incarcerated at these ages. But then we don't see any effects. And the same when we use the incarceration record for 2019, we see that the effects are mostly concentrated by these young ages. So this tells you two things. First, it's not that there is some changes, that maybe now we are seeing all this decline in recruitment that is mechanically because police are there. That's not the case, because if not, we should be seeing also, a decline in incarceration in the future also for other individuals. Just to live here, we do it also for other years where there shouldn't be affected. You can see 2015, 2016, no changes in incarceration. We also did the triple defensive, basically where we compare across the affected cohorts. Basically, it's 18, 19 that they were the key ages by the time of the program, and you see this decline. Now, do gangs, so what we see so far? We see a decline in dropouts in the short run, and we can see that it's persistent. We see this decline in the recruitment that is persistent. We see that in long run, kids are actually not getting involved with these gangs because we don't see the incarceration data. But is the business really affecting? Is it really that they are doing in the future, there is a decline on the activities that these kids in the future, maybe they were going to do being sicarios or collecting extortion? So how can we see this? So we look at incarceration records and we see that they are less likely to do the homicide and extortion, and we don't see any changes for other crimes like robbery that are equally, likely for an individual, an average individual to be incarcerated. Also for people that there is no gang affiliation, no effects. Then the other thing that we look is at extortion complaints. So we have the cost of extortion complaints that are at the municipality level. And we can see that at least in the long run, you start seeing some decline in extortion. Again, this is suggestive evidence that shows that maybe this is affecting, the business of the gangs. And something about homicide. We also have some preliminary evidence. Now we have data on business entries, like basically when business entry, and we can know the exact address, and we see that at least 2 years later, you start seeing, that more small business start entering into these locations. This is basically the open of a new place. It's not the top, it's the flow. So now the question was for us, like, okay, can we validate that all this was done and there was no negative effects basically on police violence? Did they use the force to prevent kids to be recruited? And we have actually information about the use of force by the police, geocoded, and we can see at least, and this is limited because we only have the data until 2016, but at least in the short run, we don't see that much of an increase in violence. If anything, it looks like there is a decline, which is consistent with this preventive nature of the program. We do a bunch of robustness checks here. I think the most important are basically that they are robust to all these traditional definitive estimators. Also, when we use the whole sample of all schools, remember that now what we are using as control group is those that were supposed to be treated, but due to a change in municipal government and elections, they were not treated. But when we even include, all schools and schools that were in other municipalities that were not treated, we see similar magnitudes, which tell us that they are not that much spillover. But I'm going to talk about this in, how much time do I have? I'm good?
You're good.
Perfect. Okay. So now the question is, okay, we are seeing all these effects. It seems that it's affecting a bit of some suggestive evidence that it's affecting the business, some suggestive evidence that also firms are starting to open in these locations, which highlights that extortion is declining and the gangs being affected. But do we see any strategic response? Whether do we see an increase in recruitment, for instance, in schools that were not treated or in schools that are in another municipality further away? Or the other question is, do they start recruiting adults? And actually, the first thing that we can look, and I will, do I have a question?
No, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, perfect. This is the last thing, and then you can ask questions. So what we look first was, okay, let's see those schools that are nearby, the schools that receive the benefit of the program, the ones that are, within 1 kilometer. And we actually, if anything, we see that they benefit. This is what I'm showing here is the results for dropout, but we see similar effects also when we look at recruitment and the outcomes that we have geocoded. But you don't see that much of effects here. We also look then at further away to try to validate maybe this is that we don't have that much power because we don't have schools, but again, we don't see any effects even when we include these other schools. Also, this is in line with the fact that gangs intend to recruit very local. So they have all how the system works is that they are divided the territory in cliques, and you can, the importance of your territory is also for recruitment. So if you have a shock to your recruitment, you cannot start recruiting, in the next territory, even though we are the same gangs. And this is consistent with also the effects that when we check the effects at the municipality level, which is much more aggregate, we see similar effects. And here we're including the whole country. And we see that most of the effects hold. Of course, the magnitude are a bit smaller because we are also including schools that are not having any effects of the program, but at least the effects of a decline are there. Now, the question is that we were trying to see, like at first, the fact that we are not seeing an increase in adult incarceration tells us that they are not at least able to replace with adults very fast. But what will be very interesting, and we are now cleaning the data, is to see if now recruitment, and kind of similar of the paper that are not presented, if recruitment is increasing within the jails, because we know that gangs tend to recruit kids, or if not, people that are in prison that have committed minor crimes. Because basically they mix everything. It's not that the gangs are in a separate jail. And how we're going to do it, and I don't have this result, but just like to get also your thoughts, what we are going to look is to check, because we have the time and the date of each of the visits, and we know where the visits are coming from. So we can see whether now individuals that come from those locations where they have the patrolling school and they see a decline in recruitment are now starting to receive more visits from gang members due to this loss of labor. So this is something that we are now cleaning that data. Okay, what do we learn from this paper? At least we have some preliminary evidence. As I said, this is work in progress still, but we think that this can be the use of policing as preventive measure to improve human capital and reduce also exposure, long-term exposure to gang can be very promising. Also, I show you some suggestive evidence that this, right? Is someone talking? Or it's me? Okay, then some suggestive evidence that this could weaken these criminal groups. And I think that it's useful to start rethinking about other policies in this context beyond massive gang incarceration, which has been, kind of like the norm, at least in developing countries, Latin America. Thank you.
Wonderful. The discussant is Matteo Sandi. Yeah, he's sharing his screen now. Does he know how to do it?
Good question. This is more yes.
Okay.
It's that's brilliant. Right. Mica, can you hear me? Yeah.
Also stand closer.
Oh, yes. All right. Thanks, Tom, Jeff, and Steve for giving me the chance to discuss this paper. And Mica, we wish you were here, needless to say. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for sending over the paper. It's a very cool paper. It's a very cool paper, and it is preliminary, as Mica said, but there's a lot in the paper, and I will just recap very quickly what we learned. So what this paper studies is Escuelas Seguras, Safe Schools, a program in the schools of El Salvador that aim to basically make the life of gangs really hard in the recruitment of kids. And it did so by assigning teams of police officers to high-risk schools, high-risk settings, and bringing campaigns in the schools to let kids know about the dangers of joining gangs and what that could lead to for their lives and the lives of others. The program started in 2015. It was intended to be extended to other schools, and that didn't happen because there was a change in government. And so that gave Mica and her co-authors a natural experiment whereby, schools that ex ante were all, eligible for this treatment could be compared. So this resulted in 128 treatment schools and 227 control schools, right? And she has a variety of sources of variation, school exposure to the program, the timing in the implementation of the program, and the variation in the age of the adolescents that received the treatment. So she uses a synthetic diff and diff because clearly eligibility was not random, and she shows robustness in her results to plenty of different ways to test the outcomes, the questions of interest, and she concludes. They conclude that children exposed to this program at key ages for recruitment were significantly less likely to drop out of school, to be recruited by gangs. The decline is large. We're talking about a 50% decline. Children appear less likely to be detained in juvenile centers due to gang-related crimes. And when looking at sort of longer run outcomes, she also shows that these same kids are less likely to be incarcerated in adulthood. Last but not least, she shows that the activities of the gangs seem to be affected, homicide, extortion, by this intervention. So overall, I think this paper shows convincing evidence that this intervention was a success. Now, she contributes to two strands of the literature. She went through these, and I think this is a paper that fits very nicely in both of these strands of the literature, but it's also a paper that has international relevance. And I could think of two interventions in recent years in this country that this intervention seems to put together, just to reflect on the relevance of this. This was Step Together in the West Midlands, whereby trained adults were basically walking to schools with kids to keep them safe on the way to school, right? And this obviously reminds me of ingredient one, right? The patrolling of cops outside school. The ingredient number two of Mica's intervention, so the campaigns inside school, reminded me of Maitreesh, which was an intervention by the Met Police, whereby armed police officers would go into schools and pupil referral units to tell kids about the dangers of knife violence for their lives and the lives of others, right? So just to say that, we can think of many contexts in which violence is pervasive, where this type of intervention can be very effective. So overall, I think this is a great paper. One thing so I think it's one of those papers that in some sense lends itself to, many possible things that one could do, many possible extensions. So I have a set of comments and set of questions. One thing that I think does not appear in the paper, and it could appear in the paper, is the human capital consequences of this intervention. So you are de facto, this intervention is de facto making it easier, making it safer for students to go to school, right? I don't know if we will get the same long run reduction in incarceration if we were to keep kids safe on the way to the, I don't know, football pitch, right? Something, do you see what I mean? I mean, there was certainly an element of making the life of gangs harder to recruit kids, and that clearly explains the sort of short run effects you find, but then in the long run, right? I mean, these kids may have been able to complete secondary schooling. They may have, you know, gone to school more regularly. Not just the kids, the teachers may have been able to go to school more regularly because, you know, I presume they may be affected by gangs, especially in the context you described, right? I look in that direction because I see you in that direction, but maybe you see me there. But do you see what I mean, right? There may clearly be, so you may be understating the benefit from this program. It's not just about the deterrence effect, which I do buy, but there may also be a human capital accumulation story behind this program. You don't show anything about test scores and you know, reading and maths skills. I don't know if you could get, I mean, you have data from the Department for Education of El Salvador. They may be able to give you, I don't know, performance in high stakes exams of these kids. I didn't see any mention of the human capital of these individuals in the paper, and this is perhaps the main substantive comment that I have. Then a number of, if you want, minor comments in the 2-3 minutes that I have. So this is how they're organized, right? So first ingredient, right? So the first ingredient of the program was deterrence, right? So there were officers outside schools at the times of arrival and departure to prevent gang recruitment. And so what determined how many officers were outside schools? Did the number of officers matter at all? Can we learn something about, you know, the optimal, you know, student to officer ratio? Because we don't want to live in a state of policing, presumably, but very clearly, in a context like El Salvador, having these guys outside school, for instance, helping kids come in and out of school helps. So I wonder, you know, presumably in the back of our mind, everyone has some sort of optimal number of police officers patrolling the streets. I wonder if, you know, you could learn something from this experiment about this. I wonder what you know about officers. I think you do have information about them. There are good and bad officers, you know. Can we learn something from this experiment? Now, compliance by the officers. One of the experiments that I showed you, the step together. So Tom has evaluated it, right? And it wasn't really successful. And it looks like, you know, there was, let's say, imperfect compliance with the you know, guidelines of the program. I mean, if anything, this would attenuate your results, and given you find the facts, then, you know, it's really just a curiosity. But did the compliance by the officers vary across schools? And is that a variation you could exploit? The behavior of students, again, I think this is, you know, you mentioned the hundreds of students that were killed or recruited by gangs on the way to school, you know, presumably, you know, making the way to school safer at the critical hours was a key ingredient of this program. Then the second ingredient of the program, so this second ingredient seems to be less relevant. I mean, the way the paper is written now and the way I understood it is that this was not a very relevant part of the story, right? I mean, that's at least how it appeared to me. Now, in principle, the point of this was to give information to the pupils. And, you know, to be precise, while patrolling, targeted information campaigns were carried out to educate students about the risks of gang involvement. Now, I have a number of questions about this. First, so did these actually, so these were high-risk schools, right? That's why they were selected. Do you have a sense that the students actually received any new information? So in the Make Peace program that I mentioned by the Met Police, where armed officers were going to schools, you know, I went to some of these with them, and in some settings, kids knew exactly what was going to come in the next slide. Like they knew exactly, you know, all the dangers and, you know, and all the damage you can make with a knife. So, you know, it wasn't really about, you know, giving information to the kids. It was about building trust, right? I mean, in these communities, these were kids that didn't want to talk to the police. They didn't trust the police. And this was a way to, in some sense, start a dialogue, right? So this was something I wanted to ask you. You see, this could be a very interesting dimension of this program, but then one needs to know how many presentations did these officers do? Was attendance compulsory? If it wasn't, or if some classes and some kids were offered the program and not others, is that within school variation that you can exploit over and above the patrolling outside school that was common to everyone? Did these classes take time away from, I don't know, reading and maths? In which case, you know, even of itself, it wouldn't be obvious that this would have a, you know, that this would improve test scores in high stakes exams by these kids. I think you can do more with this second ingredient of the program, at least the way it reads from the paper. I thought it was very interesting, and I thought there was not a lot on this in the paper at present. Finally, gangs and students' responses to the program. So you told us that the program lasted for 4 years. What's happening now? I mean, even just, you know, just to put this into context. So have gangs returned to these schools? Have they restarted to do this if the program has finished? Or, you know, did this have a lasting effect in these communities, meaning that either gangs have given up or they are doing something else? There's another thing. Yeah, I should close. You mentioned, I mean, you test many things, including whether this affected conflicts avoidance, patience, anger control, goal setting, and resilience. Did this treatment, this program, just curtail gang student interactions, or did it give students an alternative? You know, and I have in mind what the talk that Jens gave the other day, where he was telling us how important it is to even just have an officer, you know, 100 or 200 meters away, that can give you a choice, right? A choice to say no and go and tell someone, right? And I wonder if you could service some of these schools and try and find out if they didn't get in touch with these gangs, or if they did, but they had an alternative thanks to this program. I should stop here. Males and females. I didn't see any heterogeneity by that. Overall, super interesting paper. Let me stop. Thank you, Mica.
No, thanks a lot, Matteo. This is a super great comment. Do I have time to respond, Tom?
Yes, please.
Perfect. Okay. No, all the comments are very well comments, and actually are very good suggestions. The part of separating with human capital, we haven't done it, and we could look at this. Of course, we have that information now that we got that data. Then in terms of the number of police officers, we believe it was like fixed across, but we could try to see if we can look on something on that. In terms of the talks, I think that is very interesting, and actually it's true what you're saying. Qualitatively, me visiting in these places kids knew like the consequences of gangs. They are exposed a lot. It's not that it was any new information, but it was more about building trust. And I think that yes, we need to work a bit on that on the paper and also getting more qualitative evidence, which actually we have been doing interviews to these schools, the treated schools, and that's what we are getting. Like a lot of the principals were talking about how the talks were building trust in knowing what the police were doing when they were in their entry and exit. So, and we also have the number of presentations. I think that for 1 year, they gave us that data so we can look at it. Then the other question you asked is, oh, the lasting effects. So that one is the one that is a bit more complicated because so 2020 is COVID, so that complicates everything for this brand. That's why we have until 2019. And then as you may know, there was a big crackdown in 2022. But we believe that and these gangs are no longer there. We visited this like last year, like this neighborhood. So it's a bit difficult to see like the long-term effect. At least the fact that in the incarceration records, we see that they are less likely, even when they are out of school, not to be involved with gangs, tell us that it can be, long run for that cohort of students. And how we see this is like, even suppose, this is what I always try to think about these things of recruitment, even if there is some substitution into adult labor or there is some gang strategic response, you increase the cost of these gangs of doing their business, which is extortion, by increasing the cost of recruiting children, which is actually their main labor force, not only of the gangs of El Salvador, even like of gangs in Argentina, where I'm from, it's like they always target kids. So if you take them that, they have another, you cut a bit the way, and they are a bit of like, labor concern. It's not that everyone wants to join these gangs in this context again. So I think in that sense, that it would be super interesting to know this, as you were asking about how much this is cutting interactions or give a choice. And I think through the surveys, maybe we can get a bit more of that, which is something that we are doing. So all this feedback is super useful because we are in the process, of interviewing more of these principals that were part of the program and that they're still there. So that's very nice. The only thing is that when we do the interviews now, we have to be very careful because the current government has also started a similar program, but for the current government, we don't have data. So we have to separate, like if principals are talking about this program of now that they are doing or the one that we are talking. So that's the caveat when we are doing all these interviews. But thank you so much, Matteo. All this feedback is super useful and we will incorporate it. And thank you, everyone. I don't know if I have time for more questions or.
Yeah, we have time for 1 or 2 questions, but
okay.
Who wants to ask a question needs to come out here. So who wants to come out? They're all shy.
Okay, no problem. I know it's always the same. It's the bad of presenting something online, but it's good that we have this so at least we can generate discussion. But thank you so much.
Otherwise, does somebody want to ask a question? Otherwise, we just move on to the next one. So thank you, Mica.
Thank you so much.
Good.
All right. Last presentation of the day. Everyone's tired. Probably want to see a game theoretic model. Okay, great.
Here, 1 second, hold on. Only if it has a mixed equilibrium.
Yeah, right, exactly. Stylized facts.
Hang on 1 second, because I don't
Well, let me just say, so I'm going to talk a little bit more about criminal governance, kind of following on the talk that Santiago gave this morning. My name is Benjamin Lessing. I'm actually a political scientist. I mostly do qualitative research. I do a lot of things like visit favelas, talk to drug traffickers, visit prisons, talk to gang leaders. And sometimes when I'm feeling really risk-loving, I'll present my work to economists. Okay, so this is kind of what it looks like, criminal governance in the favelas of Brazil, some standardized rules that gangs impose on communities, informal slum communities. Things like don't smoke pot near the school, respect other residents, don't steal in the neighborhood, definitely don't rat out the police, but also things like don't accuse people in vain, teach the young, and be communitarian, right? And those sort of standardized rules that have spread up throughout Brazil. We see similar things in Medellin. And the police, yeah, sometimes they try to reassert the authority of the state, as you can see here, working hard, but mostly they just kind of hang out at the entrance to the favela. This is where I live in Rio, and the favela's up there, and the police hang out down here, and it's, you know, it's been like that for 40 years. So that's what I want to talk about today. And to motivate this, I would say I have this kind of maximalist version. In the 20th century, disputes over the role of the state in the economy and in society almost destroyed humanity. But now in the 21st century, the dust is kind of settled. Nobody really thinks that the state should monopolize economic production anymore, but everybody thinks the state should monopolize governance, or at least we say so. We're all Hayekians and Weberians now. But the latter seems to be more assumed than really demonstrated. If you think about the fundamental welfare theorem, so central, you know, it's macro in the 60s, right, explicitly hitting market versus command economies to show that market economies could do just as well. Right? We don't have anything like that for Weberian governance. We have some political economy models of markets for protection, but in markets, participants always prefer monopoly. So the assumption that there's built into those models an assumption that monopoly is preferable. And empirically, kind of the Weberian monopoly we've all come to appreciate is really a product of a short period of time in history and in space. And really most places don't look very Weberian. And in particular, okay, some of those places, there's sparse populations or very weak states, but Latin America is strange because a lot of this non-Weberian duopoly of violence occurs in urban peripheries, places that are close to state cores, economic and populational cores, and it has persisted in over time as the states have accumulated repressive force, right? More and more policing, larger and larger carceral states. And so the persistence of these duopolies of violence is a puzzle. If states have these strong incentives to monopolize the use of force, then why do they consistently fail to do so? Maybe the premise is wrong, right? So is Weberian monopoly always optimal? The spoiler alert, not always, right? And what I'm going to try to do in this paper is develop a modeling framework that can explicitly compare Weberian monopoly to duopolies of violence and explore why and when the state might prefer the latter. Well, the short version is monopoly does avoid a deadweight loss of overtaxation and under provision of public goods. So there's a lot of advantages to monopolization that kind of are intuitions about Weberian monopoly. But the costs of government provision are lower for gangs or for any other armed group. They might provide more governance than the state would in their absence. And then the state can benefit twice over, right? It doesn't have to pay for governance, so it saves money on governance provision, but it benefits from that governance because of the contribution to economic production that order provision brings, right? It's a public good. And so the tax base grows. And if gangs are able to use profits from illicit drug trade to fund that governance, then there could be even more benefits to the state. And finally, this is a bit of a long shot, but this model even suggests that if even a state that doesn't care about the drug trade per se, might wage a drug war just in order to get gangs to govern the urban peripheries for it. So it's kind of a long shot, but you can even get that far. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what we're talking about here. When we say criminal governance, there's lots of different things that can mean. There's a kind of canonical organized crime literature like Gambetta, going back to Thomas Schelling, that really talked about organized crime as monopolized crime, and it was really talking about governance within the criminal underworld. This is an important element, but it's not the focus today. And then there's kind of these internal governments over criminal organizations like pirates, prison gangs that people have studied, also really interesting. But today we're talking about gang rule over civilians, kind of thing we're studying in Medellin and that people in Rio have been studying for a long time. And that was in some way, that was kind of characterized by Skapardis and Sropoulos as a duopoly of violence between the state and the gang. And this field of gang rule, I want to argue, kind of puts us in contrast with or leads to some challenges to some conventional wisdom that we may not even realize. These ideas that criminal governance and organized crime flourish where the state is weak or absent, that it should flourish where illicit rents are the largest, right? So we think about the drug cartels trafficking over the border to the US, and that's true, organized crime, those are big organized criminal organizations, but we also see these very low level, small little groups in faraway favelas and small cities in Brazil doing this extensive and sophisticated criminal. And then finally, this conventionalism that states monopolize the legitimate use of violence. Okay, so let me start with some stylized facts about criminal governance or gang rule. I'll go through each one of these in sequence. First of all, it's very pervasive. So in work I've been doing over the years, first in a qualitative version and more recently using some representative data, representative survey data from Latin Barometer, able to come up with some very rough estimates. And it looks like something on the order of 77 to 101 million people in Latin America report that there's a gang in their neighborhood and that gang reduces crime or puts order into the zone, into their neighborhood, right? With 25% of people in Brazil, corresponding to some 40 to 50 million people reported. So very pervasive, and not only in a few countries. It's also very persistent, right? And so it's particularly cases like Rio and Medellin, this has been going on since the 80s or the 90s. Generations of people have been born into informal neighborhoods where now second and third generation of people born into these kind of gang rule situations where the local authority is a gang, right? But there's a lot of variation between in how much gangs tax. And something you don't really see when you look at Medellin so clearly, but you see much more clearly in the Brazil case, is that these red groups like Comando Vermelho, these drug trafficking gangs, they barely, they don't tax people very much. Only 1/4 of residents of those favelas said that they paid security fees or taxes, but they all traffic drugs. And then there's these other gangs in Rio, these blue gangs, and they almost never sell drugs, but they almost always charge taxes. So there's kind of a big variation in sort of what I call stationary banditry versus drug routine, right? It's almost, and in Medellin, it's more mixed. Criminal governance has macro level effects. It can pacify whole cities. And the most clear-cut case is São Paulo, but Medellin is very much a case of this as well. The Medellin miracle is really about local gangs reducing violence. And São Paulo miracle is even more shocking, right? São Paulo is a high homicide rate place in the late 90s and early 2000s, the spiral upward spikes of violence. And when the PCC sort of monopolized the criminal underworld and they put in place rules against unauthorized killings, they brought the homicide rate down so starkly that it bent the whole curve for Brazil. Okay, and then there's these kind of conventional wisdoms that don't map very well onto empirical reality, right? We think, oh, the gangs get strong when the state is weak, but if we look around and these are some anecdotes from my book project on these gangs from Brazil and other places, we see these very strong and powerful gangs like São Paulo's PCC in sort of the places where the state is strongest. And that's true as well in Medellin. Medellin has much stronger criminal governance than, say, Cali, but surely has more state capacity than Cali. And in general, we don't see a strong pattern of like, oh, the strongest gangs in the most weak states, right? But in a more quantitative way, we can see this in our study in Medellin. Another aspect of it that Santiago didn't mention this morning, in this quasi-experimental study where we showed that being a little bit more distant from the state made gangs a little weaker, or being a little bit closer to the state made gangs a little bit stronger. Right? So we actually see a causal relationship between state presence and gang strength. And again, going to that representative data from Latin Barometer, we see that correlation holds across the region. That places that had, places that had criminal presence of gangs reported lower confidence in government and less responsive government and more corrupt police and lower income, but places that had gangs that govern had higher confidence in government, less corrupt police, more responsive government, and higher income. Right, so it doesn't seem like weak state leads to a lot. It seems like strong state, strong gang governance. Okay, so this is part of a book project, trying to explain some of this. And the very first puzzle is sort of, why do we see these patterns? Why do we see strong gangs where the state seems relatively strong? Or what's a gang like the PCC doing in a state like São Paulo? And the answer to that part of the puzzle is that, in my view, counterproductive state repression through a host of mechanisms gives gangs incentives and resources to govern, right? Principally, these gangs in Brazil, which begin in prison, are responding to an overcrowded, abusive, Hobbesian prison system by realizing that they can govern the prison and obtain power by imposing basic social order, banning rape, violence, and theft, and becoming the governing authority within prison. And that has proven a very powerful base of operations for these gangs. High incarceration rates then help them project their power onto the street and establish that kind of criminal governance throughout the urban periphery that we were looking at. Right? Drug repression, as we know, increases revenue and potentially profits because demand for drugs is inelastic, right? Classic counterproductive repression. And here in this model, I'll talk about, and I will assume, built into the model is this notion that by policing drug retailing in the peripheries, the state gives gangs incentives to govern, to keep order, and to win the loyalty of residents to protect them from those drug raids, right? In different ways, to keep people from calling the police, and when the police do come in, to keep the residents loyal to them, to help them hide from police repression. Okay, well, if state repression is strengthening the gangs, right? How does this persist over time, right? Is it that the state lacks, okay, the state's got guns and police, but doesn't have the right capacity, doesn't have the intelligence, or it doesn't realize it's making the mistake, or it's too corrupt, or some other story, right? There's the null hypothesis is always something like, well, the state just doesn't know what it's doing, or it's myopic, or one thing or another. But again, if the state presumably has these Weberian incentives to monopolize the use of force, right? The central core incentive of the modern state, it would figure this out over time. It would at least be getting marginally better over time. It would not entrench and continue to entrench criminal governance generation after generation. In my view, these kinds of explanations are actually endogenous outcomes that we need to explain, right? If the state doesn't have the capacity to govern its own urban peripheries, the core of its urban centers, that needs to be explained on its own terms. And how do I explain it? Well, I think that it's because criminal governance is useful to states. The benefits of duopolies may outweigh their costs. And so it's not the case that the state is trying and failing at a project of Weberian monopolization. It's engaged in some other kind of project, a shared project of governance where it fosters the emergence of criminal organizations to govern the urban peripheries for it. And so this is a formal model of that world, right? And it's really focused on the kind of hard and fiscal elements of those benefits to the state that duopoly might bring. I'll argue that gangs govern spaces that the state finds difficult or costly to govern and draws on fiscal bases the state cannot access, like illicit drug profits. The state may dislike that trafficking enough to repress it, but it may still benefit from drug-funded governance. And those benefits can make duopoly violence attractive or even preferable to Weberian monopoly. And we'll talk a little bit about what social welfare might look like. Outside the model are things like the transition costs from duopoly to monopoly, the political costs of the state tolerating duopoly, which are important, and these sort of social welfare things that are external, social welfare externalities of duopoly, which turn out to be pretty critical. Okay, so that's kind of a roadmap of where we're going. So the way that I set this up kind of formally is following something we did in the paper with Chris and Santiago, where we sort of first thought about the model, thought about the market for extortion, as you will, or as you might call it, right? The world of stationary banditry, taxing, governing, providing governance, and taxing, right? And let's call that E. And it'll be some function of how much the gang is governing, how much the state is governing, and how much the criminal group is governing, and how much each is taxing, right? So first develop that, then we'll add in this thing called D, which will be the drug market, the retail drug market. And we'll say that gang governance can help the gang win some resident loyalty, which will increase its payoff to this drug market, right? And so in this previous thing, we sort of looked at E as different types of market duopolies, or Porno or Bertrand, in a kind of market for protection. But this paper really is saying, like, that's not the right approach. That doesn't make sense for a host of reasons. Let's start with a different version of E, take it from there. And why? What's wrong with treating E as a market duopoly? What's wrong with thinking about this as a market for protection? Well, it assumes that consumers have some choice about who they're buying protection from, and that they're buying protection at some kind of market price, but that's not how taxes work, right? We don't get to choose to pay taxes, neither from the state nor from these gangs. Also, protection or public order is not excludable, right? It is a public good, and so this is built on these kind of dubious assumptions, right? And this one's also really critical. Players in a market duopoly don't benefit from the other players' sales by definition. And so the results of these dubious assumptions are the fact that a market duopoly model will always predict that participants prefer a monopoly, and that social welfare would be higher under a duopoly, right? That's just how markets work. And so they can't really tell us when the state might prefer duopoly because they bake in an assumption that it always prefers the monopoly. They also cannot account for a world where gangs don't tax, because that would mean that the price was set to zero and the market wouldn't clear. So instead, I'm going to start from a model, a political economy model, the stationary banditry model of McGuire and Olson, and I will add a second stationary bandit to that model. And I will compare the two bandit model to the monopolistic basis. And that's sort of how I'm going to get going here. And that's a model that allows, you know, a preference for duopoly is at least possible, right? And you'll see it's not stacked in that favor, but it's at least possible because players stand to benefit from one another's governance provision. Okay, so this is the public good. Yeah, you'll see this is the original model from McGuire and Olson of the stationary bandit, right? And what they were not trying to model anything having to do with crime or anything else. They were just trying to compare. Well, they were trying to show how a stationary bandit might provide public goods and restrict their own taxation. So in their model, the state solves in their model, the state chooses a tax rate and a level of governance provision or public goods provision. And that leads to a certain amount of distortion. R is a distortion factor. So the higher the tax rate, the more distortion. And then economic production is a function of public goods provision. And then they pay for their public goods provision out of their tax proceeds, right? So they get the tax rate times the distortion rate times potential production, if you will. These turn out to be sequential optimization problems or independent optimization problems. Well, I say sequential. The taxation's maximization problem doesn't depend on the functional form of Y or anything else. And so the state will just set the tax rate at this revenue maximizing rate, right? That's given by this form. So I'll call that the monopoly tax rate. In the absence of a second bandit, that's what the tax rate would be, and that's the revenue maximizing rate. If you raise anything higher, you're getting a smaller share of a larger share of a smaller pie, and so it's not optimal. And then the governance will be set so that the marginal contribution of an additional dollar of public goods is equal to its cost over the tax rate times the distortion. So that's the kind of baseline of what happens under monopoly. And to build a duopoly version of this, I will say, okay, now you've got the state and a criminal gang, and they each choose a tax rate and a governance rate. This first version of this is all about overlapping stationary banditry and nothing to do with the drug trade or anything else. Just two groups who can both tax and they can both provide public goods. And they're not going to ask about conflict between them or anything else. They just independently choose these values. So again, the tax maximization problem is separate from the governance problem. I'll just assume that distortion is additive, right? So the distortion is the effect of the total tax rate charged. And you get this solution where the tax rate that each one sets should equal. And it is less than the monopoly tax rate, but the monopoly tax rate is less than the total tax rate under duopoly, right? So you're gonna get overtaxation. And there's an interesting thing here, right? Because that's not revenue maximizing. So these two bandits, if they could cooperate and they could each decide to set at the monopoly tax rate, would be better off. This is like a real duopoly, this is like a market duopoly model where if you set if you can cartelize and set the monopoly price, both parties would be better off, but how are they going to cartelize, right? So this part reflects a market duopoly setting. And it also reflects sort of the logic of why states would want to monopolize, right? If you can monopolize and get rid of the other stationary bandit, it's going to be not only better for yourself, but it'll be better for those who are being governed. Okay, so for governance provision, we need to specify what's this economic production function. And I sort of start as a conceptual baseline, a sort of constant elasticity of substitution approach, which you can solve out for some of the basic findings in this general form. But I'm going to quickly move towards a much simplified form where I'll set this degree of complementarity to 1 so that they're perfect substitutes. Now that's a heroic assumption, but it gets things moving in terms of tractability later on when I have the drug market. And it also focuses attention on these costs of order provision, right? How costly is it for the gang versus the state, which I think are the real key parameters versus questions about how complementary are gang and state governance, which are really interesting questions and very difficult to answer. Even in our Medellin case where you have all this rich data, it's a little hard to tell how complementary different aspects of governance really are. Well, I'm going to just assume that mu equals 1, and you get this simple function, right? So economic production will be some concave function of the sum of gang governance and state governance. And this will lead to some knife edge results, but they're nice and clear. Okay, so what do we get? If the costs of governance are equal for both the gang and the state, then not surprisingly, the amount of governance produced is less than under monopoly. Each one has a less encompassing interest, as Wilson might say, right? Each one is getting a smaller tax share times a larger distortion, right, of the pie. And so they have less interest in investing money in public goods because they're getting smaller shares of that economic pie. And so each one invests less and the total is less than under monopoly. So again, doesn't look so great for great. Okay, but if a gang has less, if a gang has lower costs, which is a reasonable thing to think, then everything changes. And the reason is, you might think that is, well, gangs are embedded in these communities, right? They're right there, as we saw today in our Medellin. They also have access to physical violence and no recourse to due process. So if gangs have lower costs, then they may want to provide more governance than the state. The lower cost player will always want to provide more governance, will end up providing all the governance in this knife edge model, and in the extreme will provide more governance than would have been provided under monopoly. So that now we can ask the questions. Does duopoly produce more governance than monopoly? Does it produce greater social welfare, narrowly defined? And can the state prefer duopoly? I'm just going to skip ahead and show you what that looks like. What it looks like is, if we take the ratio of costs, so the cost of gang governance provision from the gang to the state, right? At one extreme, they're equal. And at one extreme, as you go to zero, cost of provisions for the gang is goes to zero, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. On the left-hand side, the state's gonna always prefer, over on this side, you have a world where the state prefers a duopoly of violence, welfare is higher under duopoly, and there's more governance under duopoly. And on this side, you always have a world where state prefers monopoly, there's higher welfare under monopoly, and there's more governance under monopoly. But in the middle, you get these strange outcomes, right? Where the state might prefer a world that has less governance and has a duopoly of violence, and that duopoly produces lower social well-being. You get these kind of malign low governance traps, right? Because the state's providing more governance the gang's providing more governance than the state is seeing. Okay, that's kind of the baseline model. I haven't talked about the drug market yet. I'm going to skip ahead, try to get to those results really quickly, and then call it a day. Drug trailing provides enormous resources and incentives, right? How to bring it into the model. I won't go into all the details, it's kind of boring. But basic idea is they're going to add onto that model a kind of contest success function over a drug market. And going into that contest success function will be how much the gang is governing, how much the state is policing, and how much the gang is taxing, right? And the more the gang taxes, the more it erodes its profits from the drug trade. The more it governs, the more of that profits it retains, and the more the state polices it, the less it retains. And the bottom line is, and I'm going to focus on places where the gang doesn't tax in equilibrium, where it provides all the governance, where it provides all the governance, and the state ends up providing no governance, and the state taxes the monopoly rate. Solve it out, and what you come out with are areas of the parameter space where the state prefers duopoly, governance is higher under duopoly, it's not a low governance trap, more governance under criminal duopoly, even though we've assumed identical costs of governance. And that's possible because the gang's channeling lucrative drug trades into governance. It's paying for its governance out of drug profits. And it's doing so because the state is policing the drug trade and giving it incentives to invest in governance as protection for those drug profits. The state is paying for policing, but it's saving on governance provision, and it's enjoying higher tax revenue from higher overall governance provision paid for by the gangs. So when I say P and G, I just want to clarify, because I went over that really quickly. I'm distinguishing now state governance activities from policing. A little bit a la our project this morning, right? Alternatives to policing. I'm saying here the state can always send in cops to bust drug traffickers, but that's not the same thing as actually providing order in these communities. I'm distinguishing between these two state activities. And in this roundabout way, this equilibrium captured the idea that the state, in the end, can extract net fiscal benefits from illicit drug benefits, even though it can't tax those benefits. It suffers enough direct utility from the drug trade to police the drug trade, but in the end comes out ahead because by doing so, it gets the gang to govern the urban periphery for it. And then in a kind of Stackenberg extension, which hasn't worked out, but I strongly suspect, even if this alpha, this is kind of how much the gang cares, how much the state cares about the drug trade, how much disutility it suffers. So even if that scaling factor is 0 and the state doesn't suffer any disutility from the drug trade, it still might declare this drug war and police drugs just because it's an effective way to get the state, to get the gang to govern. Right? It motivates the gang to channel these resources into, yeah, great. To channel these resources into governance. Okay. So this is like the parameter space. This is kind of where, oops, this is a place where the state prefers duopoly. This is the size of the drug market, and this is how much the state cares about the drug trade. You can sort of see as the drug market grows, or the state cares more about the drug trade, it could flip this equilibrium from, oh, I prefer a duopoly of violence to, I'm better off under a monopoly. And that's an interesting comparative static, which you can think about a little bit in terms of the experience in Rio. I didn't have a whole lot of time to talk about it today, but there was this UPP pacification program in Rio where the state for the first time really did establish a monopoly on the use of violence, tried to, in about 100 favelas, and they came in with the state forces and occupied peacefully these favelas for a few years in the run-up to the Olympic Games. And then after the Olympic Games and attention kind of turned away, the UPPs receded. This is like bullet holes in the wall of the police station and everything. The gangs kind of came back and reestablished control. And so you might think about this as potentially mapping onto some of the parameters of this model, right? Maybe as the tension fades away, the state no longer has as much interest in maintaining that monopoly of violence, and once again falls back into a preference for duopoly. All right, thanks very much.
You need help?
Okay, thank you for inviting me to discuss this paper, Steve, Jeff, and Tom. So I'm going to really examine the model that was presented, the kind of core model, and suggest a few things related to that. I thought that was a really interesting application, and I'll highlight in what ways you take a standard kind of duopoly type model and apply it in this context to get some interesting insights. So to be a little, really, Ben went through the thing. I'm just going to give a hopefully shorter overview of how the model works. So I'm going to just look at the core model, okay? So there are two players. You could hear it's a state and the criminal organization, but you could also think of the central government and a state or a local government. Two parties that have some power to tax and provide public goods. And I'm going to call, just to keep this like a basic kind of game theory type thing, there's two players, A and B, and both charge taxes and contribute to the public goods. Essentially, there's a standard inefficiency of duopoly that shows up that was mentioned. So I mentioned, because I read the paper, got an updated version, so I was reading through it. So there were some minor things that I will not highlight, but I'm happy to share, the slides. So there's the potential economic output, Y of G, and this formulation where R of T is really essentially the realized GDP. So 1 minus R of T just disappears. That's the deadweight loss of taxation. It's a nice formulation. And then basically, so in the monopoly model, you have this very simple optimization. So if you strip down to this essence, the monopoly model is really an optimization of a TA and GA. And this is what you're really kind of optimizing over. And in the duopoly model, it's the same structure, but now you are choosing TI, that's your tax rate, and then you're taking the other party's tax rate is given, and same for the public goods. So I put this two together that you can see that this is really the core difference. And of course, in this case, each person is providing, or each party, a particular version or amount of the public good, and they're additively, they're perfect substitutes in the leading that the model has. So this is the summary of the main kind of results that we went through. That the total tax rate under the duopoly exceeds that under monopoly, so each player's tax rate is lower. And this is exactly the standard Cournot inefficiency, right? That essentially, whenever you want to sell more quantity, you're essentially reducing the market price that's affecting the other party, and you're not taking this into account. So here, anytime you're increasing your tax rate, you're essentially reducing output, effective output, and that's affecting the other party, and you're not internalizing that. So the second part is, and that I thought was, in a way, technically very straightforward, but conceptually interesting, that this is basically, if you look at this sort of formulation, this part is, once this taxes are given, the choice of this public good is the same. These are perfect substitutes. Whatever you're doing, it's a perfect substitute, but the costs are linear and they could be different. So as one would expect, in this, one party will do everything, the other party will hit the corner solution. So this is in a different setting, and since Watson was mentioned, this is kind of Watsonian provision of public goods that normally you would think that everybody is contributing and then there's free riding. But in the Olson version, if you care a lot, you just go ahead and do it, and others are going to just free ride on it because things are perfect substitutes, and somebody either values it a lot more, or in this case, somebody has a lower cost. So that's the core model. I think what this paper is kind of really interesting, kind of the meat of this paper gets to, is this result that Ben showed a figure which took a little bit of time to quickly unwrap, but I've tried to do that in the summary slide. So let's now, after I've laid down the basic game theory model, a standard duopoly and monopoly comparison, this is really where things get kind of the application gets interesting. So S and C now, instead of A and B, are the state and the criminal organization. And this is the welfare measure, which is worth mentioning because it's not obvious how do you think about it. And this is basically whatever the citizens get to keep. So they basically get the non-tax part of the output, that's to them. And of course, they benefit from the governments. So if you're providing better protection, better law and order, or minimizing violence, everybody benefits and output goes up, right? Now, this is the bit in the duopoly case, and I kept on thinking that this is all about crime and violence, and you watch all those Netflix and Amazon things, cars blowing up and all kinds of things. So there's got to be something bad also there, because otherwise the first part, it could be just the local government and the federal government providing better environment quality or something. The model would carry through, right? So there has to be some baddies, as in crime serials or movies. So here the baddie is this Xi. It's the cost of whatever this to society of the violence and those kind of things, right? But the paper doesn't do much with it, and I want to come back to it in my last slide where I offer some suggestions. But these are the two welfare kind of formulations. This is under monopoly and this is under duopoly, right? And that kind of in a way explains the diagram that he put out. And this is my summary of that result. So if KC by KS is sufficiently high, essentially gangs are not very good at providing this protection or governance. In that case, the state prefers monopoly and provides more governance than duopoly. Yeah? If KC by KS is low, then the state prefers duopoly with more governance than monopoly, as you would expect, right? I mean, essentially gangs are pretty good at it. Interesting stuff happens in the middle. Under intermediate values of KC by AS, the state prefers the regime with either lower governance or lower social welfare. And this is the, one of these cases is being referred to as a malignant trap. And this is where we have to keep in mind there are three metrics: the level of the public good, what the state prefers because the state is choosing, and three, what the citizens are getting hit by. That's the welfare. And these things can be non-aligned, and that's, I think, is the meat of the contribution. So again, I will not read out all of this. For very low levels of KC and KS, as the diagram showed, both welfare and governance is higher under duopoly and the state represents. The gangs are pretty good at keeping the streets kind of, quiet, and that's all good. And similarly, the other case where KC by KS is very high, welfare and governance is higher under state monopoly. In the intermediate values of KC by KS, where the state may prefer duopoly with higher governance, but lower welfare, or worse, with lower governance and lower welfare. So this is the case where the government is being, instead of benign neglect, it's kind of malign neglect. It's not doing much, citizens are worse off, but the state's only interest is in the tax revenue, and it's basically happy to sit pretty and collects its tax revenue while the gang kind of, or the criminal organization does that. Now, this is where, again, it's a minor comment. I think the way, it's organized, maybe you want to sharpen the, results that are the most empirically relevant, because there may be many cases, and that may, obscure kind of the main points. Now, of course, high cost of violence under duopoly, the XI, would kind of make the welfare calculations go the other way, because if it's too high, then this discussion is moot. You don't want to have that, and even the state, to the extent the state internalizes some of it through its police force getting shot at, it might not prefer this. I thought in doing all of this in the way I'm sort of trained as an economist, I kept on thinking, where's the first best? Where's the social optimum? How do I compare all these different kind of distorted sort of outcomes? And it turns out the way in this paper, the democracy outcome is being formulated, that's the one that actually works it out. So it turns out it's exactly the case where the government internalizes the welfare, right? And there's a budget constraint. So whatever is the cost of providing this public good, right? That's coming out of the tax revenue, as opposed to building a palace for the president or something like that, right? Now it turns out if you have this formulation, which is the maximize the welfare, net of tax output to the citizens, subject to the budget constraint of providing this public good, then that's equivalent to maximizing this expression, just output with just the deadweight loss parameter, minus the cost of providing governance, right? And you can see right away by comparing with the original monopoly solution, and then the state is selfish, it only cares about the tax revenue. So naturally, in this case, under democracy, you'll have more provision of this public good. Again, there's a minor comment, which really doesn't change very much the conclusion. So I want to end with the following suggestion based on this paper and trying to understand the kind of core model and how it's applied to this context. So I would say that, look, in a very natural way, the XI function could be developed a bit more. In particular, XI should be a function, just a suggestion, doesn't have to be that way, should be the function of GC. The amount of public goods the criminal organization is providing, presumably you need to also invest proportionally in your goons who are going to be enforcing this, and that could also lead to costs like that. That would change some of the costs and benefits that that has been worked out, and it could be non-trivial because right now you just have a subtractive constant. So if it's too high, the discussion is kind of almost sure you don't want any gangs to exist, right? So also the second kind of broad point that I would like to suggest to explore would be here, again, in the introductory remarks and the overall case studies that you referred, there's a lot of interesting discussion there, also the drug market and so on. But if I look at the core model though, where is this gang come from? How did it get selected? Was it an auction for gangs? And the guys who could bid more, Escobar, wins the thing. So I think that again, I don't know how to formally model this, but that's kind of interesting. And presumably there'll be competition to get to be the top gang in that part of the town or that part of the city, right? So also actions of the state lead certain criminal organizations to flourish, like drug laws, and the paper mentions it. If you make anything illegal, a market in that will flourish, and that could lead to underworld activities, and that could be a case. But in general, all other forms of interactions in which essentially the state's actions actually, induce such criminal organizations to come up, and which one, what kind comes up, right? That could be interesting. Based on my, reading of more Indian evidence on various political economy issues that I'm in development that studied, discuss. There are one interesting thing that as the current Indian elections are going on, and we'll find out the results soon, many of the politicians and even people who get elected to be ministers have criminal backgrounds. They're actually coming from not necessarily, let me not say more about what kind of activities they engage in, but clearly there could be nexuses between, and even in these, I don't know, Latin American, my case studies are based on Netflix and Amazon, people make these calls to a corrupt cop who then knows a minister, all these kinds of things are there. Again, I don't know, maybe this is just all speculative thinking, but that seems to me that this two-way interaction between S and the state and the C that could be explored a bit more. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you for clarifying those points. I think that the main thing I have this, I'll just a couple of quick things, and then if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take questions. I agree about that. So the thing about social welfare, at one point in the paper, actually
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Maybe I can just, I just want to go back to your, oh no.
That was me. I had to be tidy.
No, I will use yours because you did a nice job.
It's there.
Yeah.
Control that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought this was helpful. So, so this thing, right? This is the external social welfare costs to residents of living under criminal governance, of living under a duopoly of violence, right? And you're right, I just put it there, and I put it there just to say it's there, and then I ignore it in the analysis. And so I definitely want to try to do more there. And one thing would be, especially when you bring in the drug trade, to say, well, residents don't like the drug trade happening in their neighborhood, and so the gang has to, that's kind of implicit that the gang has to govern more to kind of make up for the fact that they're trafficking drugs. But you could imagine that it's also increasing the social welfare externality. But at the end of the day, I think that this is useful, right? Because this is kind of the hard social welfare benefits of local governance. You live in a sprawling urban informal periphery. You don't have property rights. You don't have land title to where you live. It began as sort of a land invasion squatter settlements like these favelas or comunas in Medellin. You don't have full citizenship. The state isn't providing a ton of order. And maybe the police are abusive and discriminatory, and this gang comes in and starts ordering that community, right? And it turns it into the kind of place where you don't have to lock your doors at night, and you can go to work in the formal part of the city, and no one's going to break into your house, and no one's going to kidnap your kids, or your daughter can walk home at night. And so the level of governance being provided there is real, and the economic productivity of your community is real, as is your contribution to the larger economy, because the urban economy is functioning because the working class has a place to live, even though the state hasn't provided formal housing or neighborhoods for them, right? So this is all real, but it has a trade-off, which is you live under a duopoly of violence. And that's a kind of $1 million question that I think probably goes beyond our ability to answer, at least empirically, but we do want to think about in any case, right? Is like, is it better to live in a world where your informal neighborhood is well governed and is orderly, and property rights are basically enforced, and there's some dispute resolution mechanisms, but you're not really a full citizen under democratic rule of law. So that's kind of what I think about that. But happy to discuss more. Yeah, I love malign neglect. That's great. Any questions?
Very cool. Yeah, very good. The second thing is, how do you think about like international relations support? Because a lot of the externality that's negative really doesn't seem to be borne by the people that live in the area themselves. Sure, they might not like the idea that their local government is engaged in the drug trade, and I'm not a fan of tobacco field being next to my house, right, in the US or something, doing something bad to people who are smoking later, right? But at the end of the day, I have all the social benefits. do I really care that much? And so how do we think about international support and funding for anti-secondary government agencies that come into?
Yeah, so one thing that's not, or it's not here, and I don't think it was in my slides either, but when you think about the states, so the state's utility, right? What does the state prefer? It's this same kind of thing, right? So the utility to the state of monopoly, the utility to the state of duopoly. And there's another one of these zeta or xi functions that's for the state, right? So the state has the same thing, except it's just the tax rate times this, and it's just the tax rate times this. But we assume that the state suffers some kind of political costs for duopoly, right? It's shameful, or international organizations look down on you, or some kind of something about that's not captured in these fiscal kind of costs here, right? And so that's also there, and I also don't know what to do with it except to say it's probably there. And so but again, that only makes it more puzzling why the state doesn't monopolize, right? If there's a negative here to the state of having duopoly, then even if duopoly's, providing benefits, it's also providing these costs, so why isn't the state monopolized? So part of what
I was actually more thinking that it's a cost that they get international support funding to do anti-drug initiatives. I mean, in certain countries, like Jordan, for example, international support, they're a beacon of stability in Europe. I don't know if this is the case in Colombia.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's an interesting point, but I mean, Colombia is complicated because it's playing Colombia and everything, but that wasn't really Medellin. I'm not sure you get international funding because your urban peripheries are. I don't know. It's a good point to think about. I'm pretty sure it's not true for Brazil.
I was wondering how to think really about Y and G, like, because in your model, they both share the Y, they both taxes in Y.
Yeah.
And they both contribute to the Y. But it seems that the examples are more like they divide territory. Like the governance that the gang is providing does not really benefit people who are living outside. But it might, but I just wonder how you think really about this public good. Is it really a public good, or is it a public good just for people in the neighborhood?
No, that's a great question. I mean, I think so, another way to slice this would be, or to model this would be to think, okay, the state is providing governance on so in Brazil, they talk about the asphalt and the favela, right? The asphalt is the formal part of the city that is, buildings and high rises and, middle class, whatever. And then there's the favela, right? And the gangs only govern the favela. The rest of the city is normal, like a normal place, right? So you can imagine a two-sector model where the state's providing governance in one, both can provide sector in one, and the gang can only provide one in another. You could do that. And I haven't done it. I'm not sure how much it would. I'm not sure how it would, how interesting it would change things or whatever. But it might be a little bit more realistic. The state would then, you might get this kind of nice. Oh, see, the state's only going to invest in the formal sector. Yeah, I'm not sure how surprising that would be, but I do think it's not so distortionary to think this way, because the state the state does benefit. I think of these regions, what the sort of unique empirical setting we're talking about, especially in Brazil, but also in Medellin. These are, industrial cities. These are economic powerhouses, that industrialized in the post-war era through massive influx of population from other areas to these cities. Where were they going to live? They had to live in informal peripheries. We couldn't hold them, right? And so the entire economic project of industrialization and economic modernization depends on functional places for the working class to come and live without the state actually creating formalized neighborhoods, right? And so this governance that's provided in the urban peripheries, I mean, again, I'm kind of like, I know I sound like I'm out of my mind saying it, but I really do believe that this governance in the urban peripheries played a pretty big role in the larger why that we're talking about. It isn't just, oh, there's some little shops in this poor neighborhood and they're not poor anymore. It's the contribution that having the working class integrated into an urban industrializing city, played to the overall economic development of the region and the country. So, oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I do have a data point on that, and it's just one. I'm working on getting more, but in Rio anyway, since the 1980s, all of the population growth, like 95% or something, 98% of the population growth, and there's been quite a bit since the 1980s, has been in the favelas. almost all the population growth of this giant city, which is, nearly doubled in size since then, happened in places that were governed by criminal groups. So at a minimum, criminal governance isn't stopping urbanization and economic development, right? And it quite plausibly contributes to it.
Yeah, just really cool paper. So I was just wondering, I keep on trying to think about the dynamics, in particular the dynamics relative to these costs. This is obviously a static model, but if I start thinking about sort of the expected costs and the expected relative costs, I can see sort of very different behaviors depending on what the government wants to be or where they converge to in terms of authoritarian or actually taking on part of the criminal rule. Have you thought about sort of that aspect in this model?
So it's a one-shot model, and so I think the place where I try to engage in the paper is like, when I take this model and try to fit into a larger book argument that's more historical and everything, why is it how do you explain this persistence of over time, right? And this kind of standard version is, well, the state it would love to, it's not strong enough, doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have enough people, doesn't have, it doesn't have the governance capacity, whatever it is. And I think one way to think about what this model is saying is, well, look, that's possible, at time T, but if in each period, there were foregone, so you can imagine I don't know where, I don't have it here, but I have a slide that's like the two hypotheses, right? The null hypothesis is like the state is stuck with duopoly. It would be better off under monopoly, but it can't get there. There's some transition. And it would cost so much to occupy all these areas, or the initial expense, like we talked about this morning, where to get over that hump into the positive returns is too hot, right? So you can imagine some argument like that the state prefers monopoly, but it just can't get there because of some transition costs. But if that were true in sort of a dynamic setting, again, I haven't written it down, but you can, if there were per period benefits to monopoly that the state's foregoing in every period, then why not start saving, right? Why not start investing? I mean, if anyone can do it, states can do it. And the project of Weberian monopolization in Europe was like that. It was over time, just little by little, eating away and funneling those funds back in and increasing capacity until Weberian monopolies were established. So again, that's where this intuition comes from. Like, well, maybe the per period payoffs aren't in favor, but it's the only place I really address it, and it's not particularly formal. Yeah.
I think it's time to draw the proceedings to a close for today. So thank you very much.